Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the fair use doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
Is now in session. Honorable Christopher Schurr presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. We're going to go on the record in 2210260 FC, people versus Schurr. All parties are present, and I believe we were, I don't know about in the middle, but taking testimony of Mr. Bloomfield. But before I have him retake the stand, is there anything we need to address before the jurors come out for the people?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. We're wondering if the court is going to give a written version of the jury instructions soon so we can look at that. I know we've talked about it in the chambers, but we're hoping to get sort of the final set. Just with the special instructions, not all the instructions, obviously, just the ones we've been discussing.
Really, this is just one, right?
It really is just one.
Okay. Okay. So, I will have my law clerk work on that while we're in here this morning. But I have it, I wrote on it, but probably can't read my writing. So what I'll do is have them amend it and then we'll distribute it.
Okay.
Anything else before we come in?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and so I'm going to ask the witness to retake the stand, please, that you see him in the courtroom. Would anyone like him re-sworn for the day, or I can just remind him?
I don't need for re-swearing, Your Honor. Whatever the court wants to do, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, I'll remind you that you are still in your oath from yesterday.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you may have a seat. Thank you. For now, until the jury comes back in, and we'll have them run their name. Welcome back. See, everyone made it back to court safely. You may be seated. Mr. Becker, you may understand
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to start the morning off. You dim the lights and any of the radio, please. Okay, Mr. Bloomfield, we had an opportunity to look at the video and the still frames of the video, correct?
That is correct.
For the record, this is the People's Exhibit 7, starting at frame 5592. Now, again, we left off, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Your issue is with the taser. You didn't have a problem with the taser being used, but it was how it was, at the time it was deployed. Is that a fair assessment?
And that's a fair assessment, yes.
I'm going to show you here, kind of walking through this. Now, can you go over a little bit again, why was this bad tactics, if you will?
So 2 reasons. Number 1 is the effectiveness of the taser. In order for the taser in these situations when there's a probe deployment that is being attempted by an officer, the greatest likelihood that neuromuscular incapacitation is going to occur is when the probes have a far enough spread apart in large muscle mass areas of the body. And what Taser has also recommended through their training to officers is what they term splitting the hemispheres, where if again you use the waistline or the belt line, separating the upper from the lower hemisphere, getting a probe in the upper half and a probe in the lower half of the body, again give officers the greatest likelihood that neuromuscular incapacitation is going to be achieved. In order for that to happen, you need to have some standoff distance so that as the probes leave the cartridge, they can have time to essentially spread apart in order to achieve that.
I'm going to show you right now, down to now 5631. I think there's a laser pointer there too. Can you give them the drill, what they're looking at here in terms of where you talk about the spread and where the taser's aimed at, if you will?
So right here you can see 2 laser pointers which are affixed to the taser device. This is to assist officers in being able to visually see where the probes are likely to impact. The green laser dot is the upper probe or the top probe, and then the red dot is the lower probe. Again, they're different colors so that officers are best able to distinguish between the two. And again, so that's a visual indicator. So right here you can see that both of the probes, based upon the laser sighting, are above Mr. Lyoya's belt line, and so that would indicate to an officer that both of those darts are likely to go just in the upper hemisphere.
What was the other issue then that you had in terms of with this opponent? It's not just the taser distance, but it was something else related to weapon retention?
Correct. So it's generally accepted in policing all across the country. The principle of what we refer to as weapon retention, where officers are taught tactics to retain their weapons, essentially to keep other persons from grabbing and getting a hold of their weapons and potentially using those weapons against either the officer or other bystanders. So this is a heavy part primarily of defensive tactics training that officers go through, both the basic training as well as they go through refresher trainings throughout their career. And so extending a tool in close proximity to an individual, especially one that is facing you in this manner, creates a high likelihood that your weapon is likely to be grabbed, or your tool is likely to be grabbed in this particular instance. What we see a lot of times, and again, this is not just related to tasers, this could be firearms, batons, OC spray, is that when it's in close proximity, you will have subjects who will reach out and attempt to either deflect or disarm officers just because the opportunity is there, even if prior to that there was no indication that an individual was attempting to close distance and disarm an officer. It's more opportunistic in a lot of these cases.
And so that's what essentially happened here, because you continue on. The weapon is grabbed right around 56, 58. And then 56, 70, you clearly see the taser in the hand of Patrick, correct?
And that is correct.
Now, you didn't just look at this frame by frame, you looked at all the videos, correct?
All the videos were provided to me, yes.
take it, this is going to exhibit 1, the cell phone video.
Okay, why you gotta?
For the record, it's about 50 seconds into exhibit 1, Your Honor. What did you hear there?
So what I heard there was what I would recognize as being consistent with the sound that a taser makes during a probe deployment. So you initially hear a pop, which is essentially when the cartridge, or excuse me, when the probes are leaving the cartridge of the taser, you'll get that distinct popping sound that you hear, followed by the cycling of the taser, which is consistent with kind of what I consider kind of an electrical sound or an electrical cycle.
Continue on with the
Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, bro. Let's go and change him. Let's go and change him. No, he good.
So did you hear anything there?
Again, at this point, I heard another popping sound that I recognize as being consistent with a probe deployment.
And just for the record, that's about 113 in exhibit 1, Your Honor.
You can talk to him, bro. Yeah, like he good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good, like can you? Yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Now he good, like for real. Yo, you hear him too. He's that shit. Now he ain't brought no taser. I see that. Let's go taser. Drop taser.
I'm going to stop right there. Now, in terms of, did you ever hear any additional taser deployments other than the 2 you just mentioned?
No, I only heard the 2. The other thing that I wanted to mention, just because you asked me about sounds, is with each taser deployment, you'll also hear kind of a chirping or a beeping coming from the taser. These tasers, specifically this model, has built into its software to where it will cycle for 5 seconds automatically, then it has an automatic shut off. And so that chirping is notifying the officer that, hey, this cycle is coming to an end. And in both probe deployments, or what I recognize to be the sound of probe deployments as was asked, you also hear the follow-up chirping notifying the officer that, hey, this 5-second cycle that is active is about to come to an end.
And that was kind of my next question. Did you ever hear that chirping at any point in time after that? Other than the 2 deployments, did you ever hear it, at this point in time or just before the shooting?
No.
So obviously you took a look, you saw the shooting now, you've seen this whole incident in your analysis of this case, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what your opinion is when a reasonable officer in the same circumstances made the decision to fire, as we just saw?
So, with the taser, there's a theory that's commonly held within the policing industry with regard to an officer being disarmed of a taser. The theory essentially posits that an officer may be justified in using deadly force if they were disarmed of their taser because of a threat that they may have the taser used against them, specifically being incapacitated by the taser. In order for that to be a valid claim, the taser would have to be in a condition to where it could cause neuromuscular incapacitation. The greatest likelihood of neuromuscular incapacitation being achieved, as I've mentioned here on the stand multiple times, is through a probe deployment. The Taser 7 is equipped with 2 cartridges, and those cartridges are there because, again, over the years, the original tasers only had 1 cartridge. Then Taser started coming out, Axon started coming out with multi-cartridge models because, again, a lot of things have to go right in order for to have a good probe deployment and have neuromuscular incapacitation achieved. And so Taser started again coming out with multi-cartridge models to give officers follow-up opportunities in the event that they were unable or unsuccessful. And so there's only 2 cartridges available. Beyond that, when it comes to drive stun mode, even with the expanded cartridges, we're now in a situation where the Taser can still be used in follow-up or drive stun mode, but that operates off the principle of pain compliance, so it does not achieve incapacitation. And so in this particular circumstance, you have a situation where a Taser is no longer in a condition to where neuromuscular incapacitation is likely to be achieved, either against the suspect or against the officer in this particular case. And so based upon that, a reasonable officer in this position to elect to use deadly force, knowing that is the condition of the Taser, that would be unreasonable, excessive, and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Bloomfield.
Good morning.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your background.
Yes,
I think you said you work for a hospital system or a hospital
I
chain?
do now, yes.
And what do you do there?
I'm the regulatory manager.
Okay. What do you do as the regulatory manager?
So I'm responsible for making sure that the organization which I'm employed with is in compliance with federal and state regulations. Primarily, the regulatory body in healthcare is CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and so they set standards the hospitals must comply with in order to qualify for those monies.
Do you ever review situations to determine whether or not a particular situation, individuals comply with regulations or rules?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. And I'd like to talk about, really, you gave focus really on 2 opinions. One was yesterday, and you had a little bit of that today. And then you had another opinion, the one you just ended with, and I'm going to talk about those in order.
Okay.
Okay, so now you did team up with Professor Stoughton in this case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so you guys have a joint report.
Yes, we do.
All right. How do you know Professor Stoughton?
So Professor Stoughton now is a colleague of mine. When I was conducting research for our organization, when I was employed with the Farmington Police Department in reference to contagious fire phenomenon, he was one of the academics that I reached out to, and we began a rapport from there, and then that turned into some professional teaming up and working in this field.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So yesterday you talked about OC spray.
I did.
Can you tell us if OC stands for something?
It does. It stands for oleoresin capsicum.
Now we know why they call it OC spray.
That's correct.
Okay. What is the purpose? Is it something that a police officer might have on his or her belt?
Generally speaking, yes. And so OC spray is a common force option that officers are provided that is very common throughout the industry.
You wouldn't classify it as a deadly force?
No, I would not.
Okay. Now, you were talking about it, but is anything in your opinions, or is it your opinion that because Officer Schurr didn't use OC spray, he acted unreasonably?
No, not in this particular case. Part of the use of force calculus is what reasonable options did an officer have. That clearly could have been an option that would have been reasonable based upon the level of resistance that a reasonable officer in this situation would have observed. But it wasn't selected as an option in this case.
Okay. All right, and if we could switch over to the defense and 5400, RFN 5400 from Defense Exhibit A. So I'm going to play you the part about the taser
Okay.
before the final use of deadly force. And it's not very long. No, we have this, I'm sorry, we have this problem with the plug's got to be connected.
There, it goes green now.
And so this is with regard to the opinion that you finished up today, the taser deployment, the first one. If we could just play that in normal speed. And this is RFN 5400. Yeah, that's good. Okay. And so when you're talking about Officer Schurr's use of the taser, you're talking about those seconds in that video.
Yes.
And so you would agree that this happened over the course of reaching for the taser was a matter of seconds?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And it's your opinion that using the taser in that situation is fine, but it's the manner in which you used it was not fine?
That is correct. The taser as a force option was reasonable. However, the manner in which it was deployed was tactically unsound.
And part of that is because of the distance, and because you didn't believe that there was the ability for NMI at that distance, correct?
Not the ability, but the likelihood, based off manufacturer recommendations, that NMI could be achieved was significantly diminished.
Okay, and I think you said yesterday that the preferred range is 7 yards. Did you mean feet?
No, feet.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry if
I
misspoke.
didn't think you meant
So-
21 feet, but.
No.
You know, we did make you testify right after getting
Yes.
off the plane. So, all right, so 7 yards, you believe is the preferred range, so you get 12 inches? Or 7 feet? Did I just
Yeah,
say
7
yards?
feet, you
I'm
did.
sorry.
I was going to correct you, but you're fine. So, yeah, no,
Please
you're
correct
good.
me if I do something
No,
like that.
you're good.
Okay. So 7 feet would allow you to get 12 inches of NMI.
Generally, of spread, generally speaking, but in addition to that, Taser recommends that those probes split the hemisphere, so you have, yes, one probe, just as you're demonstrating, one above the waistline, one below the waistline.
And it's your opinion that this isn't close enough to split the waistline? I mean, it seems like he's pretty close. He's just above the belt buckle, right?
Again, I'm speaking, it's close, but however, I'm speaking to Taser's recommendations, so.
Okay, and with regard to those recommendations, with the Taser 7, the actual recommendation to get the 12-inch spread is 4 feet, right?
Is what?
4 feet?
4 feet?
Yes.
Could be.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
7.
I don't recall specific, 4 to 7, somewhere in that range. There's not, yes, I'd leave it at that. So, the material's directly in front of me.
Well, and in your report, you say 7 feet as well.
Yes.
And you're basing that on the trainings that you reference in your report, right?
Yes, so Taser does provide trainings to departments. Anytime officers undergo Taser training, they actually do not, they may have their additional curriculum, but Taser actually provides a curriculum for officers that they recognize as the curriculum that officers essentially would need to go through for the manufacturer to recognize them as a valid operator with their device. And again, they put that out, and so certified Taser instructors have that. All the information that I referenced in the report, so if it was 7 feet in the report, that would come directly from Taser.
Okay, and you're referring to particular trainings on the Taser 2, right? In your report?
I don't recall specifically, does it state in the report?
Have you ever worked at Axon?
No, I have not.
Okay. Okay, now, in a close proximity situation, let's say you don't get the full 12 inches. Are there any departments that train that you can use the drive stun to complete a circuit of more than 12 inches?
Yes.
So if one probe goes in and another one misses, right, and sometimes that happens, right?
Yes.
You can just make a
More
third
often
point.
than not.
What's that?
Said more often than not.
Because you have two darts basically going on, and they're designed to actually spread distance, right?
Correct.
So you can make the third point and cause NMI.
Yes, you could.
Okay. Okay, and then I think you testified that in this situation, he should have created more distance, preferably 7 feet, according to you, right?
At least enough distance in order to get a reasonable spread that would split the hemispheres.
Okay. But there are some situations where officers really can't create distance, right?
That is correct.
And one is if you're in a confined space,
Correct.
there's nothing you can do. You can't go through a wall.
Correct.
But that's not the case here.
No.
They're outside. And also when a suspect is closing in on the officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your opinion that Mr. Lyoya wasn't closing in on Officer Schurr at all?
Correct. In the video that we reviewed, the one that's been shown here today, you can see that Mr. Lyoya's posture is always trying to create distance from the officer, and the officer in this case is the one who is closing the distance.
How about when Mr. Lyoya grabs the taser? That's not closing the distance?
At that moment, Mr. Lyoya, at that moment in time when the taser was presented, reaching forward, I wouldn't necessarily constitute, is closing the distance. He's reaching forward to grab the taser. I would agree with that. But the whole reason why that opportunity even occurred was because the officer in this case is the one who closed the distance on Lyoya, who was trying to create distance from the officer.
He didn't give him the taser though, right, the officer?
No.
Okay. Mr. Lyoya grabs the taser.
Correct.
Is reaching out to grab something off an officer an act of aggression?
It could be. It's also consistent, again, where individuals are simply trying to defend themselves from being, in this case, having a taser used against them, being shot. There's a number of reasons, and I don't know the mind of Mr. Lyoya.
Well, just based on the video, you agree that it could be an act of aggression for someone to grab a taser from a police
Correct. It
officer.
could also be an act of defense, yes.
Okay, and an act of defense like deflecting something, right?
Yes.
Okay, how about disarming a police officer? Is that an act of aggression, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you and Professor Stoughton had some opinions about things that happened more than a minute and a half before deadly force was used, like chasing Mr. Lyoya around the car.
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about it yesterday, and Professor Stoughton talked a lot about it. Is the fact that, in your opinion, Officer Schurr shouldn't have, it was unreasonable for him to chase Mr. Lyoya, does that mean that he no longer can use deadly force at a later time?
No.
Okay, so he's still, if he's reasonably in fear of great bodily harm or death, he can, or if someone's going to attack him, if he's reasonably in fear, he can still use deadly force, right?
So I'm going to clarify just a little bit. In order for an officer to be justified in the application of deadly force, they must be able to articulate why they have a reasonable belief that they themselves or another individual is under immediate threat of receiving great bodily harm, great bodily injury, and or death. by
That's
the
generally
actions of
accepted
another.
police practices, right?
And that is the language the Supreme Court uses, which is what was adopted by the policing industry and has now become generally accepted police practice.
And to be clear, you're talking about the U.S. Supreme Court,
And that is correct.
not the Michigan Supreme Court.
And that is correct.
Okay, because you're not familiar with Michigan law.
I'm not.
All right, and then you talked about Officer Schur's use of deadly force. You say it's unreasonable and contrary to generally accepted police practices.
Yes.
And I understand that the basis for your opinion is that the taser wasn't in a condition to incapacitate him.
That is part of the reasoning, yes.
All right. And I think you testified about, you can hear the pop, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that there's two probes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now in, I believe you testified about, it's generally accepted that in the absence of physical ability to incapacitate the officer, or otherwise render him unable to protect himself, no reasonable officer, not one, could have concluded that Mr. Lyoya presented a threat of death or great bodily harm. That's what your opinion is?
Under these, this specific case, this specific fact pattern, yes.
Okay. And the reason you're forming this opinion is because you know that if an officer is incapacitated, he's lost the ability to protect himself, right?
That is the theory, yes.
Okay. And we're talking about what he reasonably believed in that situation, right?
Not what he reasonably believed, what a reasonable officer would have concluded.
Okay. So you're just talking about objectively reasonable officer standard.
That is the standard, the only standard in the review of all cases that's accepted in the industry.
Okay. Generally accepted.
Yes.
Not talking about Michigan law now, right?
Not talking about Michigan law.
Okay. So you don't consider whether or not the arresting officer, in this case Officer Schurr, knew that the second probe.
So when we review cases, we do take into account the subjective statements, opinions of officers, as far as to fill in what a reasonable officer in that officer's situation would have known at the time.
Did you review Officer Schur's statement in this case?
We did.
Okay. And in there it said that he,
Object. This is hearsay, you can't get it in, and I can get it in if I want to, it's the same against party opponent, he can't get it in.
I believe the expert relied on it in his opinion, so I'd like to ask him about that.
Well, you can't, doesn't make hearsay admissible, so.
Well, there's a lot of what hearsay that he's
You can
talking
ask him
about.
what he based it on, but you can't say, my client said, whatever he said, that it would be hearsay. So I'll sustain the objection on that basis.
Mr. Bloomfield, you relied on a lot of materials, including trading materials, right?
We did rely on some of the training materials that were provided, yes.
And you said you considered the statement as well when forming your opinion?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So I believe you testified yesterday about incidents where if an officer is incapacitated and loses his firearm, he can be shot or killed, right?
I don't recall getting into that yesterday. I did touch on that briefly today.
Okay. Are you aware of situations where an officer is incapacitated and then loses his firearm and is shot and or killed?
So I need a little clarification there. When you say incapacitated, are you talking incapacitated with a taser specifically or incapacitated by other means?
Well, let's talk about both.
Okay.
Okay. Incapacitated by any means. Are you aware of any situation where an officer has been killed after being incapacitated?
Yes, there are situations where I would personally classify that an officer has been incapacitated Maybe that would mean being knocked out, being injured to a point where they're no longer able to successfully defend against somebody disarming them. I am aware of incidents like that.
Okay. And here, the concern is, with a taser, you could be incapacitated if an MI occurs, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of incidents where an officer has been tased and has been shot?
Where an officer has been tased and then shot. It's a very specific circumstance. Right now, I'm not aware of anything. Myself and my colleague, Professor Stoughton, him specifically, conducted extensive research on officers killed in the line of duty, and we are not aware of any case or instance where an officer had a taser that was used against them where they were incapacitated, and also within that same set of circumstances, it resulted in an officer's death where they were disarmed. In addition to that, I do not know of any case, not including deadly force, where officers have been disarmed of their tasers, where an officer has been successfully incapacitated by a suspect.
You're not aware of that, right?
I'm not aware of that,
Okay.
and nor in any of the research that we conducted in preparation for this did we ever find anything that would essentially change my opinion. If I was aware of at least an instance, I would let you know.
Okay. I'm just asking you about what you're aware of and what you relied upon. Now, your opinion states that it's unreasonable for Officer Schurr to believe he could be incapacitated, right?
For an officer, yes, in his circumstances.
Because the available evidence establishes that any reasonable officer in Officer Schurr's position would have been aware that Mr. Lyoya did not have the ability to incapacitate Officer Schurr because both of the cartridges in Officer's taser had been discharged. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's unreasonable for Officer Schurr not to have known that the second cartridge had been discharged?
I believe what we state in our opinion is that an officer in these circumstances would have known that both cartridges had been discharged from the taser.
Okay. And because you assume he would have known, he is therefore unreasonably believing to be incapacitated by the taser.
Correct.
You also have stated that in stressful environments, human decision-making suffers. Officers may experience distorted sensory perceptions, including visual distortions, like tunnel vision, auditory distortions, which is auditory blunting, and temporal distortions, perceiving events as occurring more quickly or more slowly than they actually are. Is that a
Yes.
fair statement?
Yes, it is.
In fact, you said it, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so what, you talked about auditory distortions there, for example, auditory blunting. What's auditory blunting?
So, again, it is a term that is known in the industry. Auditory blunting or auditory exclusion is what they're most commonly referred to. So essentially, that is a phenomenon, physiological, psychological phenomenon, where under stress, when officers have discharged their weapons, they report that essentially the signature of the weapon being fired, the sound, is reduced. And that has led officers to believe that in some cases that something is wrong with their weapon as a result of that. And so, again, this is a pretty well-known phenomenon. Most officers receive education that if they are involved in a deadly force encounter and they discharge their weapon, that a lot of these physiological and psychological phenomenon may be experienced. Auditory exclusion happens to be one of the most commonly reported phenomenon that is experienced along with tunnel vision.
And what's tunnel vision?
Tunnel vision is essentially where officers, and again, this doesn't just have to be officers, it could be soldiers, but in deadly force encounters, they become hyper-focused. Essentially, their vision, they report what could be termed as superhuman vision, where they're able to hyper-focus, mostly on weapons. At far distances, officers have reported being able to see amazing things. Also time distortion, where generally speaking, among most officers in deadly force encounters, they report time as if it's slowed down for them. Rarely do we hear any reports of time speeding up, some, but mostly time is slowed down.
Okay, and these phenomena occur in stressful environments.
They can. Their most common reference is in when officers are actually under the threat of receiving great bodily harm, great bodily injury, and/or death, and responding to that threat, primarily with deadly force. And so it's just not all stressful situations. In general, officers encounter stressful situations all the time. The majority of the literature and the research is specifically around deadly force encounters, specifically when officers are under the threat, again, of great bodily harm, great bodily injury, and/or death, and are responding to that threat to defend themselves.
Is the video that you just saw one of those types of stressful situations where auditory blunting could occur?
Generally, the situation is pretty common in policing in terms of the events that transpired. As far as now, when you said that statement, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it possible? If you're saying is it possible, well, I'd have to concede that anything is possible. Is it plausible? No, and the reason why I say that is because there's nothing in this situation that I would term that an officer in these circumstances would have a reasonable belief that they were under immediate threat of receiving great bodily harm, great bodily injury, and/or death.
Well, we just talked about the fact that you had formed an opinion
Yes.
that if Officer Schurr had been incapacitated, he could be harmed or die.
Yes.
And then you gave us your opinion that he wasn't in the situation because he didn't hear the second probe, right?
State that one more time.
Well, let me ask this a different way. Are you an expert in auditory exclusion?
I am not.
Okay. All right, so we talked about incapacitation. What you don't talk about is whether or not do you have an opinion on whether or not the drive stun can cause bodily harm in a situation where a person has taken an officer's taser, as in within a foot or two of the officer?
So when you say bodily harm, can you give me a reference by what you mean with bodily harm?
Like being blinded or getting hit in the throat and the trachea collapses.
I would assume that those things could be possible with that taser and drive stun.
Okay, so in a situation such as this, where the taser is close to the officer, is it reasonable for him to fear that he could be harmed in those ways, given the situation?
Again, it's possible, but anything is possible. I didn't see anything in the facts of this particular case that would lead me to believe that a reasonable officer would have felt that that was an immediate threat at the time deadly force was applied.
Well, Mr. Lyoya in this case had switched the taser from his left to his right hand. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he had it in exclusive control over it in his right hand, right?
When you say, again, exclusive control, I don't know what you mean by that. His hand was on the taser. He never had his hand in what I would term as fire control, or in the way that an individual would commonly hold it to activate it to cause either drive stun in this case with the condition the taser was in.
Would that make a difference to you if Mr. Lyoya was holding it like a gun? Would that change your opinion?
It would influence my opinion. I've had cases where that has been the circumstances.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
You kind of right to one opinion. You said one of his questions was that, well, your opinion is based on the taser's not in a condition to incapacitate him. And you said, well, that's part of my opinion why the use of force is not appropriate here. What's the other part, I guess? What is missing out of that opinion? It's not just the taser. What else is there?
So when we talk about any application of force within policing, it's based upon a number of factors. One is proportionality to the resistance or threat that an officer perceives. During this entire instance, while I talked about the other applications of force that a reasonable officer would have used throughout this situation as it unfolded, the primary form of resistance that was demonstrated by Patrick Lyoya would be classified as resistance. And so resistance in the form of physical resistance, attempting to get away, being taken into custody, creating distance. Not at any time in any of the evidence that we reviewed did we ever see Patrick Lyoya attempt to harm the officer in this particular instance. As noted, Patrick Lyoya did grab a hold of the officer's taser, and there was a struggle over the taser in this instance. But again, in this circumstance, it is that there was nothing that we term to be aggressiveness or combativeness on the part of Mr. Lyoya towards the officer in this case, coupled with the fact that the taser is not in a condition where neuromuscular incapacitation could be achieved, in addition to the fact that a reasonable officer would have known that that was the condition of the taser. And so all of those things together would lead a reasonable officer to conclude that they do not have grounds to reasonably articulate that they were under an immediate threat of receiving great bodily harm, great bodily injury, and or death. Therefore, that classifies the application of deadly force in this instance as unreasonable and excessive.
Thank you. I don't think further. Here, a couple more questions, on that.
Mr. Bluefield, does an officer have to wait to be harmed before he acts?
They do not.
Okay. And it's your opinion that you never saw any act of aggression by Mr. Lyoya on those videos?
No.
That's not your opinion, or you didn't see any?
My opinion is that we did not see any actions by Mr. Lyoya that we would constitute as act of aggression attempting to harm the officer.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And I do see one hand raised on your jury, so I'll have my clerk come and grab that question. So, right, hold it, please. I'm going to pass the question back because there's one word that I'm trying to make it out, I just can't. So I'm going to ask if you can just rewrite it, and I just noted which word it was. And then I'll have you approach. choices of force or lack thereof.
I don't know if I'm fully or can grasp what the question is that the jury needs assistance with. Can you read it one more time, Your Honor, and I'll.
When investigating cases, do you usually find errors on the other's choices of force or lack thereof?
So when investigating these types of cases, I think if I'm understanding the question correctly, the question is do we often see errors on the part of officers in their decision making and the levels of force that they choose to employ? The answer would be yes and no. In a number of cases that myself and my colleague in this case, Professor Stoughton, we basically review hundreds of cases, and in cases we find where the actions of the officers are completely reasonable and consistent with generally accepted police practice. In other cases, we find the opposite, where none of the actions of the officer were reasonable and consistent, and then we find a mix, where sometimes some of the actions of the officers were reasonable and other actions were not reasonable. In this particular case, we rendered a number of opinions on the actions of a reasonable officer in these circumstances that we found to be reasonable. Most of that was leading up to the deployment of the Taser. We said, hey, we recognize that the majority of these decisions by a reasonable officer in this case were reasonable decisions and were consistent with generally accepted practice. And so I hope that answers the question.
I have no follow-up, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. I don't see any other hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused?
Me, Your Honor.
Any objection? Thank you very much.
Thank
sir.
you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I show we've admitted 35 exhibits. They're all admitted at this point in time.
Check. Exhibits 1 through 35 for the people, yes.
So, all right, with that, we have no additional witnesses and we rest our case.
And Mr. Gordon, are you ready to put on your case at this time? Or would you like a break?
We would like a break, Your Honor. We have a matter for the court. It's out of yours.
And so what we'll do is we'll take a break for 15 minutes right now. And so that means we'll come back at 10 after. So meanwhile, just because people are arrested doesn't mean it's time to deliberate. So you're still instructed to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Same restrictions with respect to access to news reports. Also, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs and they'll be there when you need them. Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
Instruction I intend to give with respect to use of deadly force in self-defense in this particular case, and so you can take time to review that. And meanwhile, is there anything else?
Nothing for me.
You're resting.
I'm sure the court's seen in most trials that this record verdict motion. We'd like the court, I believe it should be filed by now, or emailed. In addition, we'd like a few minutes to talk about another matter we'd like to bring to the court.
Okay. So do you want to just come back in 15 minutes? Want to come back a little bit sooner to do that, or?
10 minutes is great, man.
Okay, so we'll come back, I guess now it's still Lieutenant. record, in People versus Schurr, all parties are present. And Christopher Schurr.
Your Honor,
Sorry,
good morning.
Ms. Hamilton.
So at this time, the defense would be moving for a mistrial based on the evidence that has been presented so far. This is
Say
based,
this trial.
yes, and this is based on the evidence that was presented in the prosecution's case in chief. And we believe that the evidence presented will prejudice the defendant to the extent that the fundamental goals of accuracy and fairness are threatened. By allowing Mr. Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield to opine on standards that are not applicable under Michigan law, as they both admitted, they don't know what Michigan law is, and that are not within the knowledge and in the situation of the arresting officer, based on tactical considerations that are not ultimately at issue in this case, including everything that led up to the ultimate issue here, which is whether Officer Schurr had an honest and reasonable belief to be in fear of death or great serious bodily injury at the moment that he made the decision to use deadly force. We also, based on their testimony, it's clear that they have not relied on proper training. They were relying on outdated policies. They were testifying about a Taser model, an old Taser model. They were not qualified as Taser experts, and they gave several opinions about the Taser. And at this point, we believe that we're too far along with the jury to simply strike their testimony, because they have heard testimony from two of the people's experts now that do not accurately, and are not nowhere near based on what the law is in Michigan, and what should be considered in whether or not Officer Schurr was justified in using deadly force. And so at this time, we would move for a mistrial on that issue. And if the court is not inclined to grant the mistrial, then we would be asking that their testimony is struck from the record. Although we don't think that would be enough, because they've heard too much now based on the tactical considerations. And under Supreme Court precedent, San Francisco v. Sheehan, the 2015 case, even under the Fourth Amendment, that it says even if the officers misjudge the situation, the court cannot establish a Fourth Amendment violation merely on bad tactics that result in a deadly confrontation that could have been avoided. Courts must not judge officers with the 20/20 vision of hindsight when they're quoting Graham versus Connor for that issue. So we'd be moving for a mistrial on those grounds. And alternatively, we would also be moving for a directed verdict based on the motions that we just filed with the court. Given the complexity of the case, we would ask the court to review the written motion that we filed before making a ruling on that and before we move forward in our case in chief.
Mr. Baker?
We haven't got a copy of the motion, so that may be nice if we got one too, but I think there's no reason to grant a mistrial because they talk about objective reasonableness. The court, we talked about this over and over again in chambers that objectively reasonable officer, and we made sure to stick with that standard with the testimony of the experts, so there's no basis. And the experts can't talk about Michigan law. The law's up for the judge to instruct on, so to say they weren't talking about the law, that's not their role to talk about the law, interpret the law. That's the jury's role in terms of determining whether somebody's engaged in self-defense, and that's a question for the jury, so they stay away from that. There's absolutely no grounds for mistrial.
Anything else, Ms. Hamilton?
The only thing I would add is while they were testifying, they were talking about the laws and policies from other states. They were talking about what applies from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. They talked about all of these other agencies from New Mexico and South Carolina that it's not grounded or not required under Michigan law. And we outlined that in our trial brief with and attached 4 declarations explaining that that is not something that Michigan law requires or that GRPD trains their officers.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Becker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm prepared to rule on the motions for both the mistrial and directed verdict, which incidentally, as soon as we left the courtroom, I did receive the motion, I did review the motion. and I'm prepared to move forward on both those at this point. I still give you a break if you need one after, but as far as a mistrial is concerned, I do not believe that the expert's testimony rises to the level of requiring a mistrial. I believe that the fact that they were testifying, they clearly were testifying on generally accepted police practices. They never held themselves out to be experts in Michigan law, and as Mr. Becker stated, it's the judge's role to instruct on what, excuse me, on what the law is, and it was the expert's job to provide opinions based on how they apply the facts in this case as they have been presented thus far to reliable principles and methods, and I believe that they did that. So, and I believe that the fact that they did not testify based on what Michigan law is, that more so would perhaps go to weight to the extent that it does not agree with what I instruct the jurors on. Also, it's ironic that you cited a Supreme Court case because obviously the Supreme Court is the court of the land, and the experts were testifying based on generally accepted police practices nationwide. And so, given that, I don't believe that their opinions or the fact that the juror heard those opinions would rise to the level of prejudicing the defense or the defendant to the extent that a mistrial should be, that I should declare a mistrial in the case. And as far as the directed verdict motion, obviously, as everyone, well, all the attorneys know, that a directed verdict of acquittal is only appropriate if after I consider all of the evidence presented by the prosecution in a light most favorable to the prosecution, I would have to determine that no rational trier of fact could possibly find that the elements of the crime charge were proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In this case, there are essentially three elements. The first is that the defendant caused the death of Mr. Lyoya, that Mr. Lyoya died as a result of a gunshot wound that was fired from the defendant. I believe that is obviously clear. It's on video. No one is disputing that the defendant caused the death of Mr. Lyoya, at least not any of the witnesses that I've heard so far. So it seems clear that that element has been met. Also, that the second element is that the officer had to have one of three states of mind: that he intended to kill, intended to do grave bodily harm, or knowingly created a very high risk of death or grave bodily harm, knowing that that would be the likely result. As an officer at the time, he was clearly aware that if he put a gun to the back of someone's head and fired a round into their head, that would likely, that at least created a very high risk of death, if not evidences an intent to kill Mr. Lyoya. So I believe that element, again, would be difficult to dispute given the background of the defendant as testified to thus far, as well as the video. That brings us to the only element in the court's view that is really in dispute here, and that is whether or not this killing was justified. It's clear that Mr. Lyoya appears to have possession of the defendant's taser at the time that the shooting occurs. But it is also clear to the court that a rational trier of fact could find that the alleged victim, in this case Mr. Lyoya, was not in a position to use the taser at the time that the shot that killed him was fired. I believe that a rational trier of fact could find that based on the video alone, but if you also incorporate testimony of not just the experts, but also other witnesses, including the witness that talked about the Taser, Mr. Childs. I believe a rational trier of fact could find that the killing was not justified. And so, because that is the position of the court, I am denying a directed verdict of acquittal for those reasons, because I do not believe it to be appropriate under the circumstances. And so with that, is the defense ready to put on their case issue?
We are, Your Honor, and I had a question. We had some stipulations. I can't recall the court's preference on the stipulations in front of the jury, or should we just do those right now and then we can move right into
You
it?
mean stipulation to admission of exhibits?
Yes, and our first witness, so the court's aware, is our video analyst, and he's going to be playing a lot of videos. So the stipulations that we're looking for are defense exhibit C, C1, C2, C3, C4, and then videos J and K. And then an audio defense exhibit HH.
Okay, I think these are all, similar videos, so I have no objection.
Okay, C was already admitted, stipulated to at the beginning of the trial. So because there's no objection to the exhibits that you just listed, I'll state for the record that C1, 2, 3, and 4 are admitted. I'm assuming they're separate exhibits from C. Also, I'm admitting J, K, and HH at this time.
And yeah, you're right, just so, it's HH, two H's. I don't know if I made that clear.
HH.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't hear that well.
All right, and I also received the defense witness list, so I have that printed out as well, so that we'll hand that out to the jurors. And anything else before?
No, we're ready now.
Right. And anything for the people?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll have them come in. And right after they come in, I'll have my clerk hand out the witness list, so you can, while your witness is coming in. Maybe seated, and my clerk is going to come around and hand out the defendant's witness list, much like the prosecution's witness list. I also have them do a list with names, with space for notes if you'd like to take them. And Mr. Ward, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Kyle McFarland.
Good morning.
And sir, raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, and you seated.
If we can, I think he needs to be switched over to Or is that what, this one?
Should be.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McFarland.
Good morning.
Now, I've been referring to you for most of the trial, and you've been sitting back there, correct?
Correct.
All right, so you're a video guy?
Yes.
What's the technical term for what you do?
Forensic video analyst.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yes. I was in the Air Force for about 8 years as a security policeman. From there, I served at the Oakland Police Department in Oakland, California for about 12 years. And after that, I've done litigation support at a law firm, and for almost the last decade, I've been doing forensic video analysis.
Okay. Tell us about your education and training.
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice management. I have several, almost 200, possibly more hours, 200 hours of training from an organization called LEVA, that's L-E-V-A. It stands for Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Analyst Association International. And this particular association focuses on audio and video forensics for people in that specific field. I've attended their training. There are 4 levels. You attend level 1 and level 2, similar to Sergeant Batchelor, who was here. You get a certification of a video technician. And then, since then, I've attended level 3 and level 4, which is the final level of their particular training. And from there, you go on to get certified by the organization as a forensic video analyst.
To his qualifications as an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Did you want to have them listed for the benefit of the jury, or would you like to just simply be recognized as an expert at this point?
I think we would ask that he be recognized as an expert, Your Honor.
Okay, an expert in what field?
Forensic video analysis.
And you have no objection? Correct. Okay, so he shall be considered an expert in that field.
Okay. So, Mr. McFarland, you were asked to do work on this particular case. What was the scope of your work for this matter?
I was provided with the cell phone video that we've watched, the Dashcam video, and the body-worn camera of Officer Schurr. Those 3 videos were provided to me. I was asked to put them on a screen as a multiplex, sort of all three at the same time, to synchronize them so that the actions in the videos match, so you could see, and I'll point out those synchronization points. In addition to that, I was asked to create the same sort of matrix, but do a subtitled sort of transcript along the side for the words that were spoken that I could capture on the synchronized video. From there, I was asked to create a couple slow motion, maybe 1 slow motion exhibit, and an enlarged or magnified cell phone video exhibit. And the last thing was dispatch audio file.
Okay. And you mentioned a synchronized exhibit. Tell us how you create a synchronized exhibit.
With that exhibit, there are three videos. I decompile or export each image individually as a bitmap file. Each image is a large raster file. It has a lot of information in it. You take all of the images out of each one of the video files, and then I numbered them. I labeled them so we know what camera the particular videos came from, and then I recompiled them back together. I also exported the audio files from each of the 3, put them into an audio program, and synchronized those 3 audio files and put them back into the matrix, so we have the 3 videos that play at the same time and all 3 audios.
Okay. So let's pull up the synchronized video, which is Defense Exhibit A, and it's one that has already been admitted and the jury has already seen. And before you start anything, I want to ask you some questions about Defense Exhibit A. We've been talking a lot about RFN as sort of a way to bookmark particular parts of the synchronized video. What does RFN mean?
RFN is a relative frame number. With each video, as you see the Dashcam videos on screen, there's what's called an AFN, which is an absolute frame number. For instance, the very first frame you see is number 1. The very first relative frame for the overall matrix is number 1. If I scrub forward just a little bit, I'll show you. We have an AFN that's on the Dashcam. That's the absolute frame number for the Dashcam. And down here on the bottom, we have an AFN for the cell phone video. So the reason we have an RFN is that when you look at this matrix, you refer to this as sort of the index or bookmark for the particular video.
And how many RFN relative frames are there in 1 second?
In 1 second, this
Yeah.
particular video, 30.
30. So 1 to 30 is actually 1 second, but it's broken down 1/30th at a time. Is that
Correct. Each image is 33 1/1000ths of a second.
All right. Can you show the jury a couple of the synchronization points to show them how you did this?
Sure. One synchronization point is the time when Mr. Lyoya closes the door to his
Get the
car.
lights,
And you can say which point you're talking about at the time you're talking about it.
Yes, Mr. McFarland, if you could continually reference the RFN number.
Yes. So I'm going to first, because the purpose of this type of tool is to use it as sort of an analytical tool. It's tough to watch everything all at once, so you want to watch one video and then the next and then the next, and then you'll want to watch them all together. So right here, if we look at RFN 3103 in the dash cam, you see in the center of the image, the light from Officer Schurr's car glinting off of the door, the driver's side door that Mr. Lyoya is closing. I'm going forward a single frame at a time, and there we see it at 3107, it's closed. So if I go down to the, it's still open, let me close it. Shut right there. 3108, it's closed. In the image below, it's closed. And so when we take it out, you can see the doors open and close in both images. There's another synchronization point with the action of Officer Schurr's foot, his right foot. And I'm at 5733, I believe. Let me find it. Just a second, looking at my notes. So it's right here. When we're at 5756, we inch forward, and you look at the cell phone video, and I'm going to bring that in so you can see what I'm talking about. You see Officer Schurr's right foot. I'm going to back it up, and then I'm going to move it forward. And right here we see his right foot is underneath Mr. Lyoya's left leg. If I go down, and that is RFN 5760. So I go down to the body-worn camera and back it up. You see his foot disappears just because it's off the image. When I inch forward, we see it's in place at 5761, 5760.
Okay, thank you. And that was very interesting, but what's the point of doing the synchronization as a forensic video analyst?
When you do a multi-view, you want the people who are viewing what you have on the screen to understand that it's synchronized, that you're not just throwing 3 videos up there and playing them and hoping that they can understand what's happening. So you synchronize the dash cam with the body-worn camera, and then the cell phone video was only on for a short time, but I was only able to synchronize that with the body-worn camera. And so that shows that all 3 have synchronization points.
And what's the benefit of having a synchronized video?
It's a multi-view, sort of give you different angles of the incident. Because when you look at a video, you're looking at a two-dimensional image of a three-dimensional incident. When you have multiple angles, you can see what's occurring from different camera angles at the same time, simultaneously.
Can you give us an example of what you're talking about?
Yes. We could go, well, here's an example. So on the RFN 4696, I'll zoom in so we can see what's happening here. We see Officer Schurr on the back of Mr. Lyoya. We see his right arm over Mr. Lyoya's right shoulder, and it's tough to tell because it's at a distance and it's a bit pixelated, but we see sort of the same thing. But when you back out and you look at it, we also see in the distance, I believe that's Fred Butler in the white t-shirt. He's got his arm extended and he's pointing. And if I inch forward, you see the movement of Officer Schurr's left elbow come up. That's when he grabs his radio. So I'm going to go back to 4697, and I'm going to go forward to 4703, and I'll continue to go forward. And we see in both of the videos the left or the right arm of Mr. Lyoya come up. I can go back and forward. And then if I play it, we're at 4726. You see them both up and standing at 4810.
Okay, and you did that, you watched all the videos in synchronized format and analyzed it pretty much frame by frame, right?
Correct.
And you also created a synchronized exhibit that includes a transcript.
Yes.
Tell us how you created that.
It is the same video, the synchronized video. I just added a section of pixels on the right side of it, and I had the audio playing in a separate program. And when words were spoken, at the time the words were spoken, they started to be spoken, I would put the sentence or the phrase into the video itself as the subtitles of what they're saying, so that the statement starts, as on the screen, starts at the same time.
Okay. And this has already been admitted as Defense Exhibit B, Your Honor. If you could go ahead and play that video start to finish
Yes.
at normal speed.
Yes.
Nelson, North of Grace, Edward King Hall, 9367, Hamilton. Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. You have a license? You have a license? I'm stopping you. Do you have a license? Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English? Yes. Can I see your license? What do you want? The plate doesn't belong in this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Where is it at? Get it for me. The plate does not belong in this car. No, no, no. Stop, stop. Put your hands up. Stop. I keep it. Yeah, we're on it. We're on it. Go, stop, stop, stop. 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 Okay. Stop. Stop. Get your hands behind your back, okay? Hands behind your back, okay? Get your hands behind your back. Thank you, thank you more cars. Stop! Okay. Stop resisting!
Ain't good now, you're doing nothing, bro. Why you gotta do what up, bro? He's good, man.
Let go of the taser! Let go of the taser!
No, like he's good, like you can talk to him, bro.
1316.
Yeah, damn. Like he's good, bro. Like, can you talk to him like good, like, can you, yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Nah, he's good at first. Yo, you hit him too. No, he ain't got no taser. That's it.
Let's go, taser!
6010, how many times you got going?
Drop taser!
Everyone. Six in total. Is it time zone, those in the grade? It is.
Get back!
1915. Oh, yes. Going to shooting. That was a great. 1915, 10-4, Nelson agrees. Sorry, medical. Nelson. Moving green, 7-4. Suspect down. Nelson, 10-0, North Elm. Nelson, North Greg, suspect down. 1920, I've seen. 1610, Roger, subject, the access to any weapons, what do you think? 1950, here's my taser. $16.25 for Jackson 1-1. 16.25, 10-4, Jackson 1-1. Launch start from Lane 1 to the start of the switch. There's only been one. They're staging until we figure it out.
I got the car on the driver's side. Back. All right, you two go up and clear that car. All right,
16, we're going to get back to the north bus.
Yep.
10-4, you're now seen heading to the north off of Oroville. 1918, looks like you're coming in. 1918 on Oroville. Done. Between 1746 and 1752. Can you call those two residents from Richard over for that, please? Done. Clear, we'll be moving up to record 8.
Now, Mr. McFarland, at the beginning of this video, and we've seen it several times by now, you see Officer Schurr in his car as his body cam goes on, but there's no sound. Can you
Right.
explain why that is?
The Axon Body 3 at this particular time had what's called a pre-event record buffer. And what happens with that is your body-worn camera is constantly buffering. It's capturing images. When the officer activates the camera, that only activates the audio, but what it does is save or preserve the last 30 seconds of images. So when this camera right here is on, he actually didn't activate it until 30 seconds later. These are images that were in this buffer, so to speak, for 30 seconds.
And, you know, you created this transcript. Are you the one that created the transcript?
Yes,
And you used headphones to listen?
I did.
Okay, and it's to the best of your ability, but you understand the jury is the one that decides what is actually being said.
Correct.
This isn't a certified court reporter transcript.
It is not.
All right, so you made some smaller videos related to the cell phone. That's Mr. Tuyasheme's cell phone, right?
Right.
And those are C1, C2, C3, and C4.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
When you look at the matrix or the three videos on the screen at the same time, you can see the cell phone videos sort of long and tall and distant. And the reason for the creation of the cell phone video is to crop the top just because that's where all of the action occurred. Nothing happened in the lower half of the cell phone video. So I made that so it could fit on the screen without continually zooming and in and out and such. Also, that the other two exhibits were the motion tracking for the taser wires and or the probes, and then the final one was the part of the incident in slow motion.
Okay, well, so let's start with C1. This is the cropped image. Could you play that for the jury, please?
Yes. Oops. So this is the first frame. Up here on the left, I put the RFN number, just because we've been relating to the RFN number and everything. This is the RFN number where the cell phone video lands in the synchronized exhibit.
And what is that number?
The RFN number 4146, I believe.
And that's when the cell phone video starts?
In RFN 4146, correct. I'll play it.
Hands behind your back!
Yeah, man, you good. Yeah.
Sure, hands behind your back.
Don't bring him like that, though. Yeah.
1950, 7 more cars. Okay.
Now, he said he's good for me. But, yo, what's up, man?
Stop. Okay. Do not proceed sense to you?
No, he good now. The decision, nothing, bro. Okay, why you gotta do all that, bro? He good, man.
Let go of the taser. Let go of the taser.
No, like he good. Like you can talk to him, bro. Yeah. Like he good, bro. Like can you talk to him like good? Like can you? Yeah. Stop grabbing him like that.
No.
Nah, he good at for yo, you hear him too.
Let go of the taser.
Nah, he ain't brought no taser. I see that.
Let go of the taser. Drop the taser. Get back. Get back. 1915. I was just involved in shooting. Nelson Grant. I'm Nelson.
Okay, and then you made additional videos from that video. Exhibit C2, can you tell us what we can see and then play the video?
Yes, this is the last part. This is a segment of the cell phone video. It is,
This is C2, right? Exhibit C2.
C2?
yes,
Yeah, you're using C2, Mr. Brown?
I am. This is 6 seconds in length. It's the last portion prior to the shot being fired.
Go ahead and play.
Drop the taser.
And now there's a yellow box in the bottom of Exhibit C2. Can you describe to the jury what you did there and why it's
That particular portion there, I magnified what you could see in the smaller box in the video, and that was to capture the taser in the hand of Mr. Lyoya.
And Exhibit C3?
This is, it looks like the same thing, same exhibit.
Is it in the same speed or is it slow?
Let's
slow
see.
motion?
Slow motion,
Okay. So that
5 frames per second.
All right, so the difference is the speed of the play.
Yes. And again, this stops prior to the shot being fired, about 15 frames or half a second.
Okay. And, we neglected to say the RFN numbers
Okay.
for C.
For both those exhibits are RFN 7407 through 7602.
And then there's a C4.
Yes.
What is Exhibit C4?
This is just the full length with no motion tracking. It just runs the length of the incident. Oh, I guess it does. So it's a mixture of, it has the taser wire motion tracking, and it also has the magnification part where we point out Mr. Lyoya in possession of the taser.
Well, let's talk about you said it's a taser wire motion tracking. What do you mean by that?
I put the video in my forensic software, AMP5, and I circled the images where the taser probes were present and they were being dragged across the lawn. And it's motion tracking is what it's considered when you do a single frame advance and you keep that circle over it and you go all the way to where it's no longer useful, and then you back it up and you put a different circle around the other one and you do the same thing. And then when you play the video, those filters are applied over the video to show you where those taser probes are going.
Okay, and this program that you use is called AMP5. It's the same one that Sergeant Batchelor uses?
Yes, AMP is just the word AMP, and 5 is FIVE. It's an acronym for Forensic Image and Video Enhancement.
Well, we don't want to see the whole video again. Could you just go to the part where you just referenced with the wires and the motion tracking?
Yes.
And reference the RFN number and then tell us what you're seeing here.
Okay, we're at RFN 5719. The yellow circle, it's kind of hard to tell now, but it's encircling one of the probes. And the reason I knew that that's where it was is because I watched this enough times and watched it go across the grass that I had to back up to where I first could see it and circle it. And then I can inch forward from RFN 5719 and you can see it move across the grass. And then you see the blue circle come on, and that's another probe, same sort of motion tracking, and I follow that as they both are.
You could stop for a second and back up 2 frames, maybe 3. You can actually see some sort of gray-white thing dropping down. Do you know what that is?
Gray-white thing.
Is it rain?
Oh, yes, those are raindrops.
So this is slow enough, you can actually see the rain coming across
Yes,
the lens.
sort of motion blur, but you could see the raindrops as they're descending. You could also see in this on Officer Schurr's right leg, and I'll zoom in a little. Those are the taser wires. I'm not sure who they're wrapped around, but those are the wires of the taser going across Officer Schurr's right lower leg. And I can inch forward. Now we can see that they're look to be to the around Mr. Lyoya. And we continue forward 5741, and we can see the probes move 5754. I lost the blue one momentarily. And I picked it back up at 5775, and I'll just inch forward and you can see the probes move. Here we are at 5790. They seem to be sort of stable. Closer together at 5809. And that's sort of where they end up. 5827.
You analyzed all these videos, and you looked at them many times, I assume.
I did.
Okay. And you were able to find significant points like this, where the taser wires, you could actually see them sort of bouncing across the lawn.
Yes.
All right. You have the ability to take still shots and create exhibits on the stand, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to do that as we go along. You don't have to make the exhibit now, But if you could, we could just say, we're going to make an exhibit now, and then make them all later, and can you put that in a file, and then we'll ask the court if we can move it into evidence?
Yes, I would do sequential images.
Okay. And we're going to start with the majority of the moments that you're going to capture. Is it from a particular exhibit, A, B, or C, or
I would say that the best exhibit is the one with the transcript.
okay, and that's B. So when I call out an exhibit, I'd like you to note that RFN for the record, explain what's on there, and then we'll identify it, and then I'll move it in for admission at the completion of your testimony.
Okay.
All right. And now you saw significant points. Obviously, it's not that long of a video, relatively speaking, right?
Correct.
But the advantage of blowing things up is to show the jury things that is not readily apparent from just watching either the cell phone video or the body cam.
That's correct.
All right. I'd like you to go to RFN 265. It's basically the start of the video. And play that till about 3:14. Tell us what's going on here.
Okay. So 265. This is the part of the incident where Officer Schurr is making just about completing a U-turn to pull in behind Mr. Lyoya, and in the distance, where my arrow is pointing in the dash cam, almost in the middle of the dash cam image, we can see a car, and that car is Mr. Lyoya's car. And if I play it forward, you can see the car move and also Officer Schurr accelerate. And I'm sorry, where did you want me to go to?
3:14.
Okay.
That's not very long, is it?
No.
If you could mark as exhibit, and we have a few more. Just to be safe, we're going to call this B3. And if you could back it up a little bit so you could see Mr. Lyoya's car. And that would be RFN 269, and that's going to be exhibit B3.
Okay.
And then further on in the video, Mr. Lyoya takes a second right turn. Can you go to that around RFN 499?
Back up here.
Go ahead and play a little bit.
So we'll start at RFN 492. On the right side of the dash cam, you see brake lights. And this is Mr. Lyoya's car down the street a little bit, and I'll play it. And at 696, Mr. Lyoya completes the right-hand turn.
Okay, and we can mark that as B4, RFN 696. And then if you could go forward to Officer Schurr, calling the stop out and Mr. Lyoya exiting the car.
So this is right about RFN 1020, and what you'll see here in the dash cam or the body-worn camera video, you're going to see Officer Schurr's hand coming up across toward his face with a police microphone in his hand, right hand, and Mr. Lyoya exiting his car.
Nelson, North of Grace, recovered King Paul, 9367, Hamilton. Hey, stay in the car!
And we're at RFN 1280. Could you tell the jury what they see in this part of the synchronized video?
This is Officer Schurr getting out of his car right after Mr. Lyoya exited his car.
Okay, and that's going to be marked as B5. play forward until we get to where Mr. Chiushame opens the glove box?
Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. You have a license? You have a license? I'm stopping you. Do you have a license? Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English?
Yes.
Can I see your license?
What do you want?
The plate doesn't belong in this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license?
Yes.
Where is it at? Get it for me.
What do you want?
The plate does not belong in this car.
Nothing on it, my wife.
So I'm going to pause here at 2737,
Okay.
and I'm going to zoom in on the body-worn camera. And at the, near the B pillar of the car, there's a hand that is the right passenger. And as I inch it forward, you're going to see he right there opens the glove box, and the glove box is open at RFN 2807.
And can you toggle back and forth so we can see the glove box open and close?
Yes. Closed. Open.
And the order's open, close, right? Not close, open.
Oh, I just reversed it, sorry.
And so could you find an RFM where you can see Mr. Chiushame's hand on the glove box?
Yes. RFN 2759.
That's going to be D6. And if you could go forward to the point where Mr. Lyoya breaks away and shoves Officer Schurr.
Yes. Okay, RFN 3317.
Okay, and what do you see on that?
You see the clenched fist of Mr. Lyoya, his left fist. You can see his right hand, and you see Officer Schurr holding the left and right wrists of Mr. Lyoya with his left and right hands.
Okay, if you could make that D7. What was it? RFN 3317?
Yes.
If you could go forward to the point of the breakaway.
Okay. I'll play it and then come back.
Okay.
More or less right here to 3349 where he's completely free.
Okay, and is there any point where you see Officer Schurr be shoved backwards?
Yes. So I'll go back to 3317. And then I'm going to single frame advance the images. So if we advance to 3318, we see the right hand of Mr. Lyoya come closer to Officer Schurr's body-worn camera. Then his right hand breaks free from Officer Schurr's right hand, and I'm inching forward. At 3329, Officer Schurr grabs the right shoulder area of the sweater Mr. Lyoya has on. And you can see in 333, Officer Schurr's hands are now sort of crossed in front of him, and you see Mr. Lyoya's arms and hands are up in the area of the forearms of Officer Schurr. And as we inch forward to 3340, we can see the knuckles from the right hand of Mr. Lyoya over Officer Schurr's left forearm. We can see Officer Schurr's left hand making contact with his right forearm. And then as we continue forward to 3344, we see that Mr. Lyoya is completely free. But if we back up at the point of 3340, this is right around, I'm going to go back to 3338 and single frame advance and just pay attention to the dash cam. Officer Schurr, both feet are off the ground. And I go back and you can see Officer Schurr stop right there. So you toggle this action and you see, you saw what happened in the body worn camera, but now you have it from a different angle, and I toggled that section 3345 to 3345.
You said you toggled 3345, but I think you said 3345 again. When you say toggle, you mean you're moving from frame to frame.
It's 3338 to 3345.
Okay, and do you have the ability to take multiple images and put them in one exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and so can you mark 3338 to 3345 as B8?
Okay.
Okay, and at this point, you also have a timer, and it's in the bottom right of the exhibit B, and it keeps time to the second, and then it's 8, 12, 55, and you have .403. Now, we're not used to even the 55. Can you explain to what degree of accuracy the clock is?
So the 403 is milliseconds. Because there are 30 frames in a second, when you watch a video and you say, I'm stopping the video at 3 minutes and 55 seconds into the video, the question becomes, well, which one of those 30 images did you stop on? So that's the reason for the numbering, but also for the millisecond. If you wanted to understand timing, you would understand everything right down to the millisecond.
Okay, and you were asked to figure out some timing, and you were asked how much time it elapsed from the time Mr. Lyoya exited his car to this point right here in RFN 3338.
Yes, that was approximately 1 minute and 10 seconds.
All right, and now we're going to skip forward to past the chase to the point where Mr. Lyoya first gets to his feet.
Okay. We're going to RFN 3582, and I'm going to zoom in on the dash cam. And you can see, if I toggle forward and back, you can see that the legs and feet of Officer Schurr up in the air as he's on the back of Mr. Lyoya. And they're both appear to be facing northbound.
That direction's north?
Going toward, from the back of the car, Mr. Lyoya's car, to the front is north.
Okay. You actually figured that out?
He said somebody was running northbound.
Oh, I'm okay. All right. And so if you could toggle forward or play forward to 3778.
You can't see the RFN when I'm zoomed in, sorry.
Okay.
So there was about right here.
Okay.
3778, and I'll zoom back in on the dash cam video. And you can see Mr. Lyoya's up to his feet.
Okay. What RFN are you on?
3778.
And you previously had showed us in the Dashcam video where Officer Schurr's feet were in the air and they were headed north.
Yes.
Do you recall what RFN that was?
The first one of this,
Yeah, I forgot to ask you.
that would be 3582. Let me go back and make sure.
Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna have to object. I don't know what the relevance is. They can play around with the video as much as they want in the jury room, so I mean, I was giving them some leeway, but I don't know what we're doing here.
Not our published to the jury, things that the forensic analyst has either blown up, they won't have the ability to blow these up. Certainly the jury's,
What's your response to his objection about the relevance of?
I'm explaining, the relevance is, we're showing, publishing to the jury, blown up and highlighted areas that the expert is specifying. And he's explaining how he made those exhibits, and I'm making exhibits for the jury's consideration, so they can view the evidence through Mr. McFarland's work.
Is it cumulative?
Sure, I mean, it's up to you, leave your discretion. That's my objection. I gave you some leeway, but this is seems to be going on.
Well, it's pretty cumulative, I believe, and I mean, the jury will have your exhibit, so I don't know that highlighting certain portions is relevant. It's really,
I don't know that the jury is going to have the ability to blow anything up, Your Honor, or,
or if they want to.
well, I mean, I want to, that's up to them, but I've seen the TV, it's a box TV back there, there's still ability. Certainly the jury, at the end of the questioning, can ask Mr. McFarland if they want to blow something up right now and make an exhibit.
So, I mean, what I'll do is I'll sustain the objection. This doesn't seem like a good use of the court's time to go through each frame and blow certain ones up and making them into separate exhibits. Obviously, the jury will have access to the exhibit. They can play it as fast or as slow as they would like. If they're unable to see it in the jury room for any reason, we can certainly come back out and play for them whatever they would like on the record and blow it up.
Your Honor, may I just make a record of the ones that we're going to blow up and move them into evidence?
How
And then,
many are there? Because it sounds like there's.
well, there's much less than the thousands that the prosecution has entered into evidence. But
Well, I don't recall them doing any thousands of blown up images.
They went through and published some of the thousands that they, or I think it said it was about 1,000
Thousand what?
images. That's their exhibit. He broke down still frames, and then he's been calling them out through the testimony. And so we'd like the opportunity to do the same.
I don't recall this happening in prosecution's case in chief, but I do find that, again, this is cumulative, and so I'm going to sustain the objection. I'm not sure the benefit of this exercise to the jury. I don't know that it's a good use of our time.
Your Honor, my client has a right to present a defense. We believe that includes analyzing the video in front of the jury. We're far away. If these things need to be blown up, they're not going to have the ability to blow it up. I think they're entitled to see what Mr. McFarland's work has been done. There's no objection to his qualifications. There's no objections to the exhibit. But I would like to make additional exhibits that we believe are important to the defense of my client. If the court's not willing to let me publish them now, I would like to be able to enter them into evidence at a later time. I can recall Mr. Brown without publishing them to the jury. And that would save some time if that's the court's concern.
That is my concern, because this seems like it's very time consuming.
I have no objection to that. If they want to create something off-site and we can take a look at it then, that's fine. It just seems like this
Would
is.
you like to blow up certain parts of, because it sounds like you're creating an exhibit as we're sitting here with.
We are,
the,
yeah.
And I don't believe that that is something your client would have a right to do, create exhibits on the fly like this. So, it sounds like there's no problem with your witness creating additional exhibits that go along with this one to blow up the areas that you would like for him to, without us having him to go frame by frame and doing that on the record.
Okay, Your Honor, what I'd like to do is Well, to save time, we'll have our coordinated, and then we can always recall Mr. McFarland and the jury if they want to pass a note that we'd like to see this part blown up or something. Certainly, that's something that they can do now. It's going to be a lot easier with the software that they're not going to have unless the court is going to allow us.
Again, I'm not saying you can't put those exhibits in. I'm saying you're creating the exhibits and saying, stop at this, go this many frames. Oh, wait, go back. I think I forgot which one we were at. So he's creating the exhibit on the fly right now. I don't have any problem if there's no objection, especially to admitting those exhibits if they're created. I just don't think it's a good use of time to create them on the record right now. So I'm not sure. So I'm sustaining the objection to the extent that
It's a waste of time.
it was a bit cumulative.
Well, I don't know that it's cumulative, Your Honor, since we're we're not taking the same picture over and over again. And so what we'll do, Your Honor, is we're at B10. We had a number about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So you have more areas that you would like blown up.
Yeah, so-
for this witness, so he can do that, create that, and then you can certainly recall him, and then he can go through those particular ones, and then I think that would be more efficient for the
Okay.
court.
Fair enough, Your Honor, we can do that.
Okay. Did you have other questions for him, or was that?
No, that's all he's doing is looking at the videos.
Okay. So, okay.
Okay, I'm not going to have you play this one, but the Exhibit HH, it's already in evidence. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is the truncated dispatch audio. We received this audio file of the communications between dispatch and Officer Schurr and other units in the field. It wasn't received in real time. It was each individual transmission put into one continuous stream. And for that particular exhibit, I took the audio from the synchronized video file and put that in an audio program called Audacity, and then I put silence in between the transmissions to match the timing of the transmissions in the synchronized video, so that when you listen to the dispatch audio, it plays back in real time.
Okay, and we'll publish that at a time, Your Honor. And I just wanted him to explain what it was.
So you don't want to publish that now, you want to wait until you recall.
How long is it?
I think it's 4 minutes long.
I mean, it's up to you if you want to publish it now, that's fine, since it's already been admitted.
Okay, if the court's okay with that, we'll just publish it now. If you could just play HH.
was down.
1915.
Nelson, worked at Great, W. Paul, 9367, Dan Nelson.
Nelson and Graves.
So we're hearing nothing right now. does that mean?
That's the time when Officer Schurr announced the car stop, and the car stop was acknowledged by dispatch. And there's silence because nobody else is providing any transmissions.
Okay, so this is only Officer Schurr and dispatch. What's dispatch?
Dispatch is the police dispatcher at the police department in the communications division. They're the ones who receive the transmission from the officers.
Got one running. North, back.
One running north down, additional units Nelson and Griggs.
Doing well. $19.50, service more cars.
1915, what's your location? What's your location? $19.15.
$50-10, how many cars you got going?
Everyone. Six in total.
This is car cell, Nelson and Griggs.
It is.
1915, just involved in shooting. Nelson Griggs.
1915, 10-4, Nelson and Griggs. Starting medical.
Thank you, Vicky. I'm Nelson. Northern Griggs, I'm 10-4. Suspect down.
Living subject over we pulled 23.
Nelson, north of Griggs, suspect down.
1920, I've seen. 15-10, where's your subject? The access to any weapons and which way you face?
1950, that's my taser.
We're addressing one more.
1625, 10-4, addressing one more.
Then once you start coupling with the third switch.
They're on the way, mid one. $16.10, they're staging till we figure it out.
That's the end of Exhibit HH, Your Honor. And so I think the plan is for Mr. McFarland to step down but not be excused.
Right. So, sir, you may step down at this time, and Mr. Becker, I'll wait and allow you to do cross-examination once they're finished creating those exhibits, and then I believe moving further admission and possibly publishing it for the jury, and then I'll let you do the cross unless you want to cross on what's been asked.
I have no cross right now right now, so unless, depends on what you're going to present with this exhibits, but at this point in time, I have no cross.
Okay. All right, so then you may step down, Mr. McFarland, and you can call your next meeting.
You know, we need a break. We're not ready to call something right now, but we thought we had done by half an hour.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so, I guess we can go for lunch now?
That's okay, Your Honor. I know it's a bit early. Maybe people are hungry.
Okay. So then that means we start back up earlier, because we still have the same hour-long break. There's also, you have a question for the witness? So my clerk will grab it, we'll see if you need to answer it now, or if you can wait until he's recalled, because he will be recalled. I think this is a fair question that. Asterisks on some of the subtitles.
Good question. The comments that are, get the keys, Amy, get the keys, there were 3 comments, they had the asterisk next to them. That was there because the audio, when I synchronized the 3 audios together, the body-worn camera kind of distorted some of the sound. When you listen to those comments, they're more clear on the cell phone video all by itself. So the asterisk was there just to point out that you can hear them, but if you want to hear them better, look at the cell phone video and listen to that audio.
Great, thank you. We will take a break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:45. It's almost 1:45. I don't know if that'll be enough. I don't know if lunch delivery works, but anyway, we'll make sure everyone eats. Meanwhile, if you please leave your notes again upside down in your chairs. Please remember to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Also, please remember the restrictions with respect to news reports on the media, in the media and on social media. And then we'll see you back in about an hour or so.
Thank you, you may be seated.
Anything else we want to address at this point?
Just a reminder, rather, when we are supposed to be back.
1:45. So they'll get an hour, just breaking for an hour for lunch. So right now it's 11, almost 11:40, so we'll come back at 12:45.
All right, thank you.
set Mr. Dodge. And so are we ready to proceed, Mr. Gordon? Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be calling Sergeant Timothy Johnston.
So I wasn't asking if you were an acquired witness because the jurors aren't in here yet, so
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to know if you were ready. But if you need to address anything before they come in. And since it's on your,
That's what we figured, we didn't want to.
since we're on your case, that's why I asked you first, so. Anything before the jurors come in?
Not outside the jury, we're ready to,
Jurors come in?
not outside the jury, we're ready to,
That's what you are.
I got a renewed motion, I don't know when you want to address that.
Sure. Dodge is gonna go out and
Okay, and Mr. Dodge is now present, I did say you weren't here, but you're here now, so.
I am sorry, I'm also the printer, so I'm running things around me. But I think it's fairly self-explanatory, Judge, as far as just renewing the objection and just putting into the record the defendant's arguments on the pending reasons that we feel may show intent on the part of Mr. Lyoya to use the weapon on Officer Schurr. So far, it's been the prosecution arguing what his intentions were, what was apparent to a witness, based on a cell cam video where it's pretty clear, maybe recording when the user wants it. It gets put down, oh, he hit you too, gets put back up at a certain time. So everybody's basing their opinions on what Mr. Lyoya's intentions may have been from the cell cam video. But we feel we should be able to argue what his intentions may have been based on the fact that if he were placed into arrest there, he's either wanted on several things or was certainly in violation of the law from several courts on probation.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop you because I don't want to place a bunch of things about Mr. Lyoya on the record. The court's already determined that they're not admissible or relevant. And so just addressing the renewed motion under 404 and 405. 405, I don't believe is applicable because that has to do with reputation or opinion in Part A of that rule. Part B of the rule says that when a person's character or character trait is an essential element of a charge or defense, then it could be proven by relevant, specific instances of the person's conduct. That's not what you're requesting, so that particular rule does not apply. As far as 404, I believe that perhaps maybe 404-2B could apply because in that rule it states that in a homicide case, when self-defense is an issue, the defendant may offer evidence of the alleged victim's trait for aggression. However, in the motion that you listed, the only point out of you listed 9 separate issues, the only one that could potentially have to do with aggression is the first one, and then that is the arrest warrant that you mentioned before, which is not evidence. There's nothing proven, it's a warrant. So, like I said, we compared it to your client, it's as if saying your client has a particular trait for aggression because he's had a warrant for the second-degree murder charge, and that wouldn't be appropriate either. And so I also believe that any attempted explanation, even those that have already been put forth by different witnesses, any attempted explanation of what was going on in Mr. Lyoya's mind, it would be pure speculation on the part of any person. It's impossible to know what was in his head. It's also not relevant what was in his head. What is clear, what is in evidence, is that he was clearly fighting with the officer. Why he was fighting, I don't know that that's relevant. He clearly is fighting. He's clearly drunk. That is evidence that has been placed on the record. He clearly didn't have a driver's license to present to the officer when he stopped him. he clearly didn't obey several commands. It doesn't matter why he didn't. It doesn't matter why, just like it doesn't matter why he was drunk. He was drunk. Those are the facts. He can clearly argue that he was intending and he was trying to do this. You can argue that, just saying this, the people can argue that he wasn't trying to. So because his character is not an essential element, this particular, again, trait for aggression, the only one that we're presenting is the arrest warrant that was pending, and there's no evidence that Mr. Lyoya was even aware of that warrant. So,
Your Honor, but there were, just to note, there are several other warrants for some of them for years.
none of them have to do with aggression.
There's prior convictions for domestic violence, so if the prosecution opened the door, was a really good guy, at least usually when it's my client, if I call a witness and they say that, the prosecutor's following right up with
Right, because that's
prior
a defendant,
conviction.
and you're treating Mr. Lyoya as if he's a defendant, and he isn't. Your client is a defendant.
So the door can't be opened on other parties involved.
Not from what I've heard so far, for sure.
So the prosecutor can argue that what they feel his intentions were. His intentions, opening statement, his intentions weren't to use the
His
taser.
intentions were definitely to fight the officer. His intentions were definitely not to comply with his commands. I'm not sure to say, did he intend to use the taser? I don't know how you get that from what you're trying to report.
That's what they said. They said his intentions weren't to use the taser.
Okay, so.
But, so, and I
I'm
want
just saying it's fair argument that maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. No one knows, because that's what it was in his head at the time. So to say, well, he's got this warrant, so he must have meant to use it, that it doesn't jive.
well, a car full of unlawful contraband that would
Well,
show
again-
multiple felonies. I'm just,
Again-
those are legitimate reasons why you would not.
Right,
follow
but
his
say
command.
none of that existed, but he's still, everything that we know is already there. Why does it matter if he had all these prior things versus the fact that he's clearly at least 3 times the legal limit drinking and driving? For example, he's clearly fighting with the officer. So why he's fighting with the officer, if it was no reason, it wouldn't change anything.
Right.
It wouldn't change the fact that he's not complying.
Your Honor, you made a ruling prior to trial, state of mind, and then now we've had several occasions where the prosecution argues what his intentions were, what Mr. Lyoya's intentions were.
I didn't hear them argue it several times. I think during opening, he may have made a comment, but
And the witnesses that they've elicited testimony from about what Mr. Lyoya's intentions were. So I don't mean to test the court's patience. I made a record as far as why we think the doors were.
and I don't believe that testimony was necessarily elicited. I do recall witnesses testifying to things, including on the video, that, as you mentioned, I don't know if you mentioned or Mr. Courtroom mentioned it just a few moments ago, but stating how the cell phone video, the friend taking the cell phone video, saying he doesn't have a taser, or I don't see a taser. Oh yeah, yes I do. So I mean, the jurors will see what they see. They know, they have the evidence that has been presented by the people, and I just still am maintaining my previous ruling for all the reasons that I stated, that these 2 rules do not allow or make that those particular allegations or the things listed doesn't make them relevant or admissible. I'll say admissible. So they're not admissible. And then we can have the jurors come in if there's nothing else. Is there anything else for defense before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Becker, anything?
Your Honor.
Okay, so have them come in. And then I'll have you call this.
for the record, the parties have stipulated to Exhibit L4 and Defendant Exhibit DE for this minutes.
Is that L4?
L4 and EE.
And is that, Mr. Becker?
Mr. Yard.
And L4 and ED are now admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome back. You may be seated. And the defense requires first witness, or your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Sergeant Timothy Johnston to the stand.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Timothy Johnston, Timothy Johnston.
What is your current occupation?
I'm currently retired.
Have you had were you previously employed at GRPD?
Yes,
And that's the Grand Rapids Police Department?
that's correct.
And since you left the Grand Rapids Police Department, have you had a haircut since then?
No, I have not.
And while you were employed there, what was your position?
I started out as a patrol officer on night shift and worked for 28 years on the street as a patrol function, and the last several years as a supervisor on patrol.
And can you briefly describe what your duties and responsibilities were around the time of April 4th of 2022?
Yeah, that was a day I actually came in on overtime. They were short-staffed and were asking for volunteers to come in and work. And I was assigned to the East Service area as a supervisor.
Can you describe what the East Service area is?
It's one of the geographic areas that Grand Rapids is divided up into teams to cover. So the East Service area is generally from Cottage Grove, which is just south of Hall Street, and it runs all the way south to 44th Street out by Kalamazoo. And then east-west boundaries are from Clyde Park all the way out past the East Beltline to East Paris.
And I think you had mentioned that at that time you were working overtime because they were short-staffed.
Yeah, the week prior, at the shift that I work, announcement was made that they needed volunteers to come in and work that day.
How many people were usually assigned to the East Service area?
That service area is usually assigned 7 to 8 officers and then 1 supervisor.
And how many officers were assigned on April 4th of 2022?
I believe at the time of this incident, I think there was either 3 or 4 officers and then myself.
Okay. And as part of your duties as a supervisor, can you explain a little more what your duties were?
So I would respond to major incidents. I wouldn't go to some of the, I guess, standard type of calls that come out, but anything involving like felonies and that sort of thing. And then to supervise those scenes as well as review officers' reports.
Okay, and that day were you in the field?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience as a Grand Rapids police officer, were you ever involved in tense, rapidly evolving hand-to-hand use of force situations?
Yeah, I worked the entire 28 years on patrol, so I mean, if I averaged only 4 a year, it'd put me well over 100, I think.
So I want to go back to April 4th, Monday, April 4th of 2022. You mentioned that you were working that day. What time did your shift start?
My shift started at 6:30 a.m.
Okay. And before this incident occurred, which was, I guess, between 8 and 8:15, where were you?
I was at the parking lot of the Croc Center at Division and Alger.
Approximately how far away is that from where the incident occurred?
It's 8 city blocks for a mile. I guess it's probably about 3 miles, maybe 2-3 miles.
How long did it take you, I guess from the time that you heard Officer Schurr calling out the traffic stop, how long approximately would it take you to get there to?
Between 2 and 3 minutes, I believe.
And do you recall hearing Officer Schurr call in a traffic stop?
Yes.
And when you hear someone call out a traffic stop, what is the common practice at GRPD?
If you're available, you would slide by or start heading that way until we know that everything's safe and that there's not, I guess, every traffic stop's an unknown risk traffic stop.
And can you explain what you mean by unknown risk?
Sure. I was a field training officer for 24 years, and so we teach high-risk stops and unknown risk stops. An unknown risk stop, any stop is a potential threat. You don't know who's in the vehicle, even if it's for speeding or what may seem just to be a traffic violation. We still have tactics that we employ to keep ourselves safe until the conclusion of the stop.
And so that you typically will have at least one person respond, even if help isn't explicitly requested?
Yes.
And when you were on your way to respond, once you heard Officer Schurr call out the traffic stop, what did you do?
At the time, I was on a phone call from another officer. Also was the supervisor of our mounted unit team, and I was on a phone call with another officer that had a scheduling issue with that, and so it was at the point, I think, that Officer Schurr called out that he had somebody running. I ended that and responded code 1.
And can you explain to the jury what code 1 is?
That would be activating all the emergency equipment on the vehicle, like sirens, exceeding the speed limit.
And you had mentioned you heard him say the second, or just say, "I've got one running." Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And did you hear Officer Schurr call out another command or request on the radio?
I did hear him ask to send more cars.
What did you interpret that to mean?
I could hear in the radio transmission sounds of like a struggle, heavy breathing, the I guess tone or inflection in his voice.
Can you describe what that tone was like?
Labored and I guess an excited, elevated tone, desperation.
And at that point, what did you do?
I was already going in that code 1 response. I think that was, I don't know if I was halfway there yet or something like that. Just continued as fast as I could to get there.
And do you know approximately how long after you heard Officer Schurr call out the initial traffic stop that you arrived on scene?
I think it was, again, somewhere between 2 or 3 minutes.
And that would have been potentially from when he called out the request that he had one running?
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear him give any other requests over the radio?
I just heard I was probably maybe 3 blocks from the scene or his location that he was at when I heard him get on the radio again stating that he'd been in an officer-involved shooting.
And when you heard that, what was your initial response?
I was still had to make a couple more turns to pull up on scene, and I came around the corner and could see his cruiser and the suspect vehicle ahead of me. Another officer, Mott, and his partner, Officer Grace, arrived pretty much simultaneously with me at that point.
And what did you know when you arrived on scene?
Really, only what had been transmitted over the air, that there had been a foot pursuit, the sounds of some kind of struggle, and then Officer Schurr saying that he had been an officer-involved shooting. At that point, I didn't know who was a suspect, how many suspects, what their locations were, what kind of weapons were involved. There's more unknowns than knowns.
And what did that indicate to you?
For me, as a supervisor, even line officer arriving first on scene, our priority is to secure the scene and make sure there are no more threats to officers or the public in any way, and then render aid.
And when you arrived on scene, once you got out of your car, what did you observe?
Again, I think either Officer Grace or Officer Mott kind of ran up at the same time that I did. As I approached, I could see Officer Schurr off the side of the curb to my right as I was running up towards him. It looked like he was next to a tree or behind a tree. I still didn't know how many suspects there were. And Officer Schurr was either leaning on the tree or kind of hunched over, breathing hard and just pointing.
And what did that indicate to you?
That's where I should focus my attention.
And what did you observe about, or I guess, have you worked with Officer Schurr before April 4th of 2022?
Only on a couple of occasions because we worked opposite rotations. So I did have one incident with Officer Schurr a couple months before that. We worked a sexual assault case together that we received awards for.
And when you saw Officer Schurr that day, what did you notice about him when you arrived?
Complete exhaustion. He was bent, like I said, he was sort of bent, hunched over. You hear him breathing. Even in his radio traffic as I was approaching, you can hear this breaths, gasping for air.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you?
That he'd reached his physical limit. It reminded me of at the end of an Olympic sprint race or something. You see the athletes afterwards with their hands on their knees, breathing hard.
And once you saw Officer Schurr, what did you do next?
He was on his feet at least, and I knew another officers that were closer to him would assist him. So I guess I turned my attention still to trying to secure the scene. I could see another occupant outside the vehicle, and I could see Mr. Lyoya on the grass off to the right.
Okay. And at that time, did you know who either of the parties were? Either Mr.
No.
Lyoya or the passenger of the
No.
vehicle? Okay. And were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time that you responded?
Yes, yeah.
And was your body camera on when you responded?
Yeah, it was automatically activates when you activate the emergency equipment in the vehicle. As soon as you turn on your lights or your siren, your body cam is activated, as well as the in-car dash camera.
Okay. And have you reviewed the body-worn camera footage related to this incident on
Yes.
April 4th?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would ask to publish Defendant's Exhibit EE, which has already been stipulated to, which is the body cam footage of Sergeant Johnston. Could you turn the lights down too, please? Thank you.
On your head. Turn around, face the car. Walk back towards us. Keep your hands on your head. Keep to the right. Keep to the right. Go to the right. The right. Now come back this way. Keep walking back. Keep coming back to me, partner.
Just one more.
Keep coming back to me. 10 more steps.
Pause it. Sorry, thank you. And for the record, this is at the 22-second mark of Defendant's Exhibit EE. Sergeant Johnson, I noticed that you have your firearm on. Can you explain why?
Again, with this, an officer-involved shooting that's just occurred, again, I do not know what kind of weapons may be involved, who is in possession of them, who all may be in the vehicle. So it's just for protect myself if someone was to draw a weapon. The same reason we order them hands on their head. We don't want them reaching around the waistband or pockets where weapons may be. So we keep the hands in view the whole time.
Okay, and why were you ordering him to walk backwards towards you?
We would bring him back. In this position, puts us at a tactical advantage, and then we can secure that person and pat them down for a weapon. Make sure they're unarmed before we proceed with securing the rest of the scene. I can't let that person just be wandering around or get behind me and potentially attack me. Because again, I don't know where these threats might come from. A lot of unknowns.
Bob, can you play these?
10 more steps. 10 more steps. Keep going. Okay, down to your knees right there. Keep your hands up. Keep your hands on your head. Down on your knees.
There,
only had one.
Put your hands behind your back. Palms facing the air. Bend over your waist. Do not look back.
Can you pause it again, please? So we're at 49 seconds of Exhibit EE. I noticed you were what seemed like kind of yelling at the individual who was getting out of the car. Why is that?
If you notice at the beginning of the video, I started giving him commands to move right, but he moved left several times, and so I'm just projecting my voice so he can hear me, and I guess to emphatically give those commands to gain compliance or obedience from them. So as quickly as I can, because I'm still, my ultimate goal still is to clear that car and then render first aid. So I need to get obedience quickly, make the scene safe as quick as I can in order to administer first aid.
And why did you order the passenger of the vehicle to be detained at this point?
Again, I still don't know what his involvement was in this incident, and I don't know if he has a gun in his sweatshirt or in his waistband or anything.
Okay. Bob, can you play, please?
I'm gonna move. I need wireless coverage on the vehicle here. Is there anybody else in that vehicle? No one else in the vehicle. Okay, next car up. Anybody else in the car, make yourself known now! Yep, we're gonna clear the car first.
At this point, I'm waiting for more officers. That's why there's a pause here. There's no backup yet. I'm just waiting for another officer because we go up in either a 2 or 3 man team to clear a vehicle, but nobody's available.
Okay. And why do you, I mean, when available, why do you typically want 2 or 3 people to clear a vehicle?
So you can cover multiple sides of the car. There's also, I guess, it's sometimes concerns even with surroundings too. So whenever there's a high-risk incident, there's people, some are focused on the car, one side of the car, the other side, and other people covering, you know, and again, I don't know how many people have fled from this car. I don't know if there's other potential suspects hiding between these houses or anything.
Okay. And that was stopped at 1 minute and 26 seconds. Bob, can you play, please?
Javon, Nick, you guys with him, you go clear the car from driver's side. We're gonna keep rubbing on him. Yeah. You're good. Who's gonna read? You need. All right, You two go up and clear that car. I'll come with you.
16, bring in the car to the door for us.
10-4, you're not seeing the headache.
Here, please. And this is 1 minute and 51 seconds. I notice everyone has their firearms drawn at this point. Why?
Again, this is standard police training. That this is an unknown threat in this vehicle. For me, at the beginning of my career, Officer Scott Flahive from Grand Haven was killed going up on a car like this because somebody was hiding in the back seat and shot through the door at him. And we always will stop even behind that, called the C-pillar, that block between the rear window and the back seat, and you sort of use that as a shield for yourself to even look in that back seat, make sure there's not somebody crouched down in there before you move forward and look in and move forward up to the driver's side or the driver door.
Okay, you can play.
Heading to the north, off of Oroville. 1918, looks like you're coming in.
1918, I'm on Oroville. Can you see anything in there? Nope.
17, 46, and 17, 15.
Okay, that's right front.
You got those direct information.
They are from that side. I don't know.
And when you approach the car from behind, Bob, can you back up just a little bit? Sorry, I don't know the time mark, but if you could go back to as they were approaching the car from behind. A little further. Yeah. Or a little further back, sorry. All right, from here, I guess, go forward a little bit. Yeah, play it from here. Okay, stop it from here. I guess as you were approaching the car, could you tell how many people were inside or if anyone was
No,
inside?
I think it was a combination of, it was like rain and sleet, so it was cold on the outside of the car, and I don't know if it was from breathing occupants inside or it was like the window, back window particularly, was very obscured, like fogged up. And then with the reflection with the wet glass and rain, it was very difficult to see in there. At one point, I think, if you go for it, I think I even put the light on the end of my gun, like right up to the window, to try to get at least the back seat floorboards and that to light up, because I couldn't really tell through the back window.
Okay. And once you were done clearing, or I guess what happened next after you cleared the car?
At that point, we sort of rallied back, I think, near the cruiser and go around and then form a team to move up to where Mr. Lyoya is laying in the grass there. And again, I still don't know, we have a fear of this person could be playing possum, so to speak, or, if there's still a potential threat, even as we approach to render aid, if there's any kind of weapon present.
And when did you first become aware that there was Mr. Lyoya had possession of a taser?
At the point that I approach him, I think if you show the video further, we approach, and at first I see like a black angular object slightly, he's face down and sort of under where his left hip would be. I initially thought that was like the back corner of like a Glock handgun or something, but as I got closer I could tell that it was Officer Schurr's body camera that had apparently fallen off, and it was under, like halfway under Mr. Lyoya. And then I ended up grabbing Mr. Lyoya by his right arm to roll him towards me. And as I did that, then I could see the yellow taser under the right side where I pulled his arm out from.
Your Honor, permission to approach? And I am... Yeah. And I am showing him what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit L4, which the parties have stipulated to. Sergeant Johnson, do you recognize this?
It appears to be a still picture of Officer Schurr's taser in the mud next to what I believe is Mr. Lyoya's hand.
And you had just described that when you found the taser, it was under Mr. Lyoya's body.
Yes.
Was this photo taken, I guess to your knowledge, was this photo taken after you had already rolled him over?
Yeah, when we originally came up to him, it was over top of it, so we didn't even see it until we rolled him over onto his back.
Okay. All right. One moment. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I was asking if you're on vice, because usually vice officers kind of look like that, and you're just retired.
Just retired, yes, sir.
Just want to go back to some of your statements that you made. The first thing you said is, you taught this when you were with Grand Rapids Police Department. You did some of the training for officers on traffic stops, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And one of the things you said was every traffic stop is an unknown risk.
That's correct.
You don't know what's in that car.
Yes, sir.
You don't know who's in that car. You have to
Yes.
answer out loud. I can see
Yes,
you.
sir.
And quite frankly, there's a lot of times where there are guns in cars in Grand Rapids. When you were working, that was an issue.
Yes.
That was not uncommon to find a gun on a person in the car
No, not uncommon.
and between the seats in the car,
It's very common,
under the seat of a car.
even more common.
Even more common. So, guns, and going back to some of your training, I've got some training records here. When you talk about training, did you train the recruits or are you training officers?
They go through what was labeled an in-house training through our training unit, and then once they're put out on the street, they enter the field training program, and then they have officers that they're with a 4-week through different phases, and I was one of those field training officers.
But in terms of even the training, I think a lot of the training, when you train those people, they talk about, even when you start, is the danger of weapons in a car. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
That you have scenarios where you may have one person with a gun in the car or two people with a gun in the car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you're doing an unknown traffic stop, that's part of the unknown traffic stop is you basically approach every car that it could have a weapon in it. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. And one of the things you said, and it kind of backs up did you have an opportunity to review your report?
Yes.
Okay, and I highlighted some of the things in your report, and you kind of testified to this. My goal is to make the scene safe as quickly as possible so we can safely move forward or render aid. So you definitely want to render aid to Patrick, correct?
Yes, sir.
But without being attacked or shot by the subject standing outside the car. So you were worried about that?
Yeah, again, I don't know.
You have no idea?
Unknowns, yes.
And even at that point in time, though, you at least had, 4 officers, because you said you responded 2 pulled up at the same time?
A 2-man unit, that was Officer Grace and Officer Mott. And then,
The defendant,
and then Officer Schurr was.
and then yourself.
Yes.
So there's 4 officers, but you were still concerned, even with 4 officers at the scene, that you didn't know who was in that car?
Correct.
You didn't know who, Ame is his name, if the passenger was armed?
Yeah, we still have 2 suspects.
Sure.
Mr. Lyoya, that's on the ground, so, and then Officer Schurr is obviously out of commission because he's so exhausted. I wouldn't even consider him a usable asset at that point.
But there's at least 3 of you.
Yes.
So you clearly outnumber the passenger,
Yes.
but there still could be somebody in the car because you don't know.
Correct, sir.
And that's one of the things you said. And one of the problems was, even in your report, the rain and reflections on the car windows obscured my ability to see clearly inside the suspect vehicle.
Yes.
So that was an issue because it's a complete unknown in there. There could have been somebody else hiding.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you kind of go through all that we saw on your body cam.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
And Sergeant Johnson, I just have one question for you. You were asked about the passenger, but you weren't worried about the threat with him anymore because he immediately complied with your commands, right?
Once he's been secured, detained, and patted down, yeah, he's secured off to the side. But somebody's got to be his, keep custody of him, so that takes another officer out of, my available assets there, and I have to wait for more to respond to fill those positions.
And at that time, there were multiple, how many officers were on scene?
I don't even know because a lot of the activity was behind me. I could hear some sirens getting closer. At some point, I think Officer LaHeis and then Officer Sanders arrived. And those are the two that went up with me to clear the car.
And when you chase individuals, is it also common for them to be armed with weapons?
Yes, I've tackled several people that had guns on them.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just one follow-up, I just want to make sure you're clear. She said, in her question, that one question was you weren't concerned about the person standing outside the car. But your statement, you said, in your report, the subject in the front yard without being attacked or shot by the subject standing outside the car. So when you initially showed up, there's a person standing outside the car, right?
I don't understand what the discrepancy is.
That was her question. I just want to make sure.
Well, I think the point was that at what point was he no longer a threat, and that's why I explained not until he's secured. He is a threat until he's secured and patted down.
So that's what I'm saying. When you pull up and he's standing outside the car,
he's a potential threat. Yeah.
No further questions, yeah.
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness be excused? Ms. Hamilton?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the defense calls Sam Mott.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Mott.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Grand Rapids Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Approximately 4 years.
Okay, and what's your title and describe your job duties?
I'm a patrol officer on our day shift.
Okay. And were you on duty on April 4th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you receive a call to respond to a scene involving a shooting by a police officer, Christopher Schurr?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you received that call, were you in your car?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was anybody with you at that time?
Yes, sir. I was doubled up with a partner.
What does that mean?
It was 2 officers in 1 car.
Do you recall who was with you?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Officer Jordan Grace.
Okay. Did you respond to the scene?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to tell us what you saw as you arrived in your car.
As I pulled up to the scene, Sergeant Tim Johnston was pulling up as well. We saw Chris standing a couple houses down in the block to our north. He was standing in the middle of the street, and we couldn't see anything else other than another vehicle with an individual standing on the passenger side of that vehicle.
Okay. And you want to refer to Chris, you're talking about Officer Schurr?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever met Officer Schurr before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you guys friends? How do you describe your relationship with him?
We played basketball a couple of times when we weren't at work.
Okay, so kind of just somebody you might hang out with playing basketball, but no deeper relationship than that?
Correct.
All right. Now, you say you played basketball with him. Have you ever seen him exert himself playing basketball?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe his level of physical fitness?
He had excellent cardio. He was one of the few guys that would continue to run the entire time we were playing.
Was he in better shape than you or worse shape?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, so as you approached the scene, did you get out of your cruiser?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to engage with Officer Schurr?
I did.
Can you please describe what you saw as far as Officer Schurr's physical condition when you engaged with him?
As I approached Officer Schurr, he was standing on the rear passenger side of a vehicle that was parked along the curb. Officer Schurr appeared to be out of breath, and he was having trouble making any comments towards us, and he looked absolutely exhausted. He was kind of looking down towards the ground. At that point, I told Officer Schurr to go take a breather.
Okay. Did you follow up with him at a later time?
No, sir.
Okay. You also mentioned that there was another individual at the scene that you were concerned about and other officers were engaging with. It was the passenger of that car?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have a chance to interact with that passenger?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please tell us what you observed when you talked to the passenger of the car.
I took possession of the passenger, placed him in cuffs. As I was walking him back to the car, he appeared very intoxicated. He smelled of alcohol and continuously asked me if his friend was okay.
Okay. And you placed him in the back of a patrol car?
Yes, sir.
Did you obtain his phone for evidence?
Yes, sir.
And you preserved it for such?
Yes, sir. I placed it in airplane mode.
Nothing further.
No questions?
I don't see any hands raised on the jury. May this witness please speak into the courtroom?
You may, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense may call your next witness.
Defense would call Nicholas Kaladi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And sir, before you take your seat, please raise your right hand and my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Nicholas Kaladi, spelled C-A-L-A-T-I.
How are you employed, sir?
Grand Rapids Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with GRPD?
27 years.
Okay. And, sir, were you on duty back on April 4 of 2022?
Yes, sir.
And assume you know the incident we're referring to on April 4, 2022.
I am.
And if you could just tell me, what were your duties that day prior to this incident?
That day I was working as the patrol supervisor for the south end of the city.
Okay. And what do you recall as far as how you became involved in this situation here with Officer Schurr?
That early morning, Officer Schurr called out a traffic stop. Shortly thereafter, he called out for pursuit, and that drew our attention and started going his way.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you first heard the initial call out?
Yeah, I was right around Franklin or MLK in Ionia, or 131 right there.
Okay. And if you could just explain as far as what you do after those calls are coming out.
When those calls come out, we activate our lights and sirens because it's emergency response. And then as I'm going as a supervisor, I help coordinate a response from the other officers or any other needs that we have, be it medical or anything like that.
Okay. And did you ultimately go to the scene here?
I did.
And what do you recall observing when you arrived?
When I arrived, I was not the first one there. There were a couple other officers that had arrived first. As I was approaching, we had coordinated what we needed protected. We didn't see who we still had to make contact with, surroundings, like anything that could be dangerous for our officers, had to keep an eye on that and coordinate a rescue effort.
And was it your understanding when you arrived that it was a situation where a subject had disarmed a police officer of their weapon?
Correct.
And is that a fairly rare situation for GRPD?
It is.
So was it treated very seriously, as far as very
It was.
carefully?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have the opportunity to view Christopher Schurr here?
Yes, I made contact with him as soon as I got on scene.
Had you known him before this?
Yes.
And if you can, explain what was his condition when you made contact with him?
When I made contact with him, you could tell he was like worn out, tired. His face was pale, still breathing kind of heavily. I would say kind of like a slouched posture instead of having all the strength type of thing, like if you were to sit up straight, as opposed to having a bunch of energy and after you have expelled all your energy.
Okay. How long did you end up staying on scene, roughly? Do you recall? Quite a while?
Yeah, for the duration of the day, pretty much.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
No questions?
Let's see, one hand raised on the jury. I'm like, clerk, please grab that question. It's not really a question for the witness. So, if you want to approach him. May this witness be excused, Mr. Hodge?
Yes, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Officer. And we finish with the next witness.
Your Honor, we'll be calling Captain David Cyber to the stand. And, sorry, Your Honor, before you do that, can you take a 5-minute break? I'm sorry.
So 5 minutes is not long enough. We're going to take a restroom break for this 14 people. There's not 14 restrooms.
Sorry,
So-
15-minute break, is that okay?
It's a little early for a break, but I guess we can take one now. We haven't been in here an hour yet.
I know, I'm sorry.
We'll just do a brief, we'll do a 5-minute break, but we'll just take another longer break later, since it's only been an hour, so hopefully that's enough. And we will take another restroom break. So we'll come back in 5.
Will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, you may be seated.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Sorry, a lot to go through with Captain Cyber. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, David Siver, D-A-V-I-D-S-I-V-E-R.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a police captain with the Grand Rapids Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you been a captain at the Grand Rapids Police Department?
I've been a captain for approximately 3 years, or a little over 3 years. I've been a police officer now for almost 26 years.
Okay. And can you talk briefly about some of the different positions you've held at Grand Rapids Police Department?
Yes, when I hired on started out as a patrolman, was assigned to second shift patrol, also midnight patrol shift, and then in 2004 I was selected for the special response team, our department's full-time tactical team. Spent 11 years in that team, and then was promoted to sergeant in 2015. Worked nights and day shift patrol as a sergeant for a couple years, then went back to the SWAT team in 2017 as a sergeant. Promoted to lieutenant in 2019, was the midnight, one of the midnight shifts shift commander, and then in February of 2022 was selected to take over the training unit until a couple years back. We had a little reorganization that became a captain's position, where now I oversee the training and engagement division, which houses the training unit and the community engagement unit, kind of our hiring, recruiting arm, and our training arm.
And how long have you been involved with the training unit generally?
As the commander for 3 years, a little over 3 years now, but I've been involved in training since roughly 2002, when I was selected as a defensive tactics or subject control instructor. And then 2004, emergency vehicle operations instructor through the state police. 2006 or 2007, I became a firearms instructor, Krav Maga instructor.
What is that? Sorry.
I'm sorry. Krav Maga is another form of defensive tactics, a system, if you will. And then 2013, I became a field training officer as well.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and then also a Taser instructor since 2005 or 6 as well. And a master Taser instructor a couple years back that just lapsed.
Okay. Have you received any, in addition to this, have you received any specialized training in law enforcement, defensive tactics, or other use of force?
Yes. The certification courses are usually a week or two long. And then I also have attended the Force Science certification course. That's a week-long course. The Executive Management Program through Northwestern's Policing Institute also.
Okay. And but prior to working with the Grand Rapids Police Department, did you work for any other agencies?
Yes, I started my career in the city of Saginaw back last century, 1999. I got laid off. That's how I ended up here.
Okay. And when you came to Grand Rapids, what are some of, I guess, why did you come to Grand Rapids?
One, for the opportunity. Right, it's a much larger agency than City of Saginaw. A lot more growth and opportunity, job satisfaction, those kind of things. So.
Okay. And have you taught or trained officers in the use of force and defensive tactics?
I have, since roughly 2002 in those various areas. We have regular mandatory training where it's in-service training, if you will. So those blocks of instruction rotate through the year, and I've assisted in those since 2002, 4, 5, 6, in that range. Also, during my tenure on the SWAT team, we trained pretty much every week, and I assisted in instruction or teaching in those areas. I also assisted teaching at Grand Valley State Police Academy in the areas of subject control, use of force, other topics since 2004 to roughly 2015. And then I also taught a couple sessions at Kalamazoo Valley Community College, 2005, 2006, in those areas as well.
Okay, and you mentioned subject control. Were there any other topics that you have taught?
Yes, obviously firearms, kind of I refer to it more of a critical skills area, so that component of communication, driving, use of firearms, subject control, kind of just a broad spectrum of the job, if you will.
And in addition to the certifications you spoke of, the force science and the Northwestern policing, have you completed any other advanced courses or certifications in regards to the use of force?
Just the Master Taser program.
And who is the, can you explain what the Master Taser program is?
I'm sorry, yes. I think you've heard from the Axon rep. Axon is a parent company that manufactures our body cameras, our tasers, a bunch of different devices and equipment. So the Master program is an intensive week-long program where they take you through the history of the Taser weapon systems, from the invention of them, every model that's still currently manufactured. While some agencies, currently we have the Taser 10, some agencies still have the Taser 7s, some have the X26s. So they take you through the history, the nomenclature, and you're required to understand how to operate, diagnose, train, and all of those areas, along with some skill-building exercises. And then you have a bunch of written and practical exams at the end. And the concept is you're a master instructor, you can then anywhere in the country go teach a Taser class for an agency and certify instructors for that respective agency.
Okay. And are you familiar with Grand Rapids Police Department's policies on the use of force and practices and procedures?
I am, yes.
How did you become familiar with those?
Through being part of the training cadre. Historically, our agency has always had instructor development sessions or instructor days. So we discussed trends and policies and that, and then as I promoted up and became more of a command level, that's historically how the chief's office and work groups get policy changes through by several different entities reviewing them within the agency.
And have you reviewed the specific sections of the policies that were in effect at the time of the incident involving Officer Schurr, which
Yes.
is April 4th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, this is marked as Defendant's Exhibit G, I believe. Oh, sorry. Defendant's Exhibit E is the Grand Rapids Police Department policies.
So E is all the policies that No objection, Your Honor.
To the admission of.
Apparently it's E 1 through 10 is what I'm understanding.
Any removal for admission of those at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. And these are the Grand Rapids Police Department policies, and it's E1 through E10. It includes the use of force, firearms.
All right, so I'll admit 1 through 10 into the evidence at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I guess while we're doing this, we also have Defendant's Exhibit F, which is the mandatory training. And it's Defendant's Exhibit F 1 through 18.
No objection.
18.
18. And you said no objection to their admission?
Correct.
All right, then they are admitted at this time, F1 through 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Captain Cyber, how many times have you testified in court regarding GRPD matters?
Over the course of my career, I would estimate probably in the about 100 range, maybe.
And in those cases, who are you usually testifying for?
Many times for the city attorney's office here in GR, and then the county prosecutor's office as well.
And at this point, have you had the opportunity to review the video footage from Officer Schurr's body camera and dash camera and the passenger's cell phone video from the incident on April 4th?
Yes.
How many times would you say you viewed those videos?
Prior to this,
Feel familiar enough with the content of these videos to answer questions related to the training and policy topics involved in this incident?
yes.
And have you reviewed the facts of this case?
I have.
And did you form any opinions regarding the use of force by Officer Schurr?
I have.
So he can't give opinion testimony because he's not an expert.
I was going to move to qualify him as an expert at this
You
time.
have to do that before he introduces his opinion.
Yeah, I was not going to ask him before the opinion. I just had asked if he had formed one. But at this point, we would move to have Captain Cyber recognized as an expert in the Grand Rapids Police Department training policies and procedures.
Any objection?
Just simply for Grand Rapids Police Department training and policies, that's fine, Your Honor.
So he will be considered an expert in Grand Rapids Police Department training policies and procedures? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So he shall be considered an expert in that field.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Captain Cyber, can you tell us a little bit about your role at GRPD regarding policy review and analysis?
Yes. So like I explained a minute ago, as I promoted, especially since I took the lieutenant role in charge of the training unit and now my current captain position, yearly, roughly, we do policy reviews to keep up with national changes or court decisions that would affect our policies and procedures. We continually try to update our training materials, I guess, outlines every session, things like that.
And are you familiar with the GRPD's policies on the use of force?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I do have, I would ask for permission to publish a demonstrative that has Exhibit E, which is the GRPD policies on that.
So you want to publish, I'm sorry.
Defendant's Exhibit E, but I put sections of them just for purposes of trying to go through them.
The ones that I just admitted?
Yes.
Okay. And yes, we may publish that.
Okay. All right. Okay, so can you tell us a little bit, I kind of want to walk you through and have you help explain to the jury what Grand Rapids Police Department policy is on the use of force. So I'm going to kind of have you talk to us about that a little more. So I am showing you what is part of E, Exhibit E1. Can you explain a little bit, can you explain what GRPD relies on for their use of force policy and what that is?
Yes. The Supreme Court case, Graham v. Connor, is the basis, the framework for our policy. As you can see, the language in there, reasonable bound of force, reasonable threat of death or serious bodily injury, number 3. The fleeing felon, that's Tennessee v. Gardner case, but yeah, that's the framework for our use of force policy.
And how do you usually, I guess when you're talking about the Graham versus Connor, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Yes, so the term objectable reasonableness, which you can see that's highlighted there, some of the factors or things to take into account. The phrase totality of the circumstances, meaning the factors of that incident, that time, then, there. So you can see A through G, the immediate threat to safety of others, officers, and C, resisting arrest or attempting to evade arrest by flight. D, the term again, a reasonable officer on the scene. So these are all factors kind of combined together as you work your way through the reasonableness of the force.
I'm sorry, this is a separate page.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. This is policy 9-1.2, which is defendant's exhibit. It's still part of E1. It's just the second.
It's like number 6 on this page.
Yes.
And then the other one was different.
Yeah, for the record, the first slide we discussed was the use of force, 9-1.1, which is exhibit E1, section 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
All right, and now we are talking about exhibit E1, 9-1.2, section 6. So you had talked a little bit about the objectively reasonable officer standard. How does this standard guide officers in how to make decisions in high-stress situations?
Well, mainly that kind of boils down to a similar trained officer in a similar circumstance or similar situation. Would they perform the same way or in a similar way? That's kind of the easiest way to boil that down. And the big factor is hindsight 2020 can't be used in evaluating that use of force, right? The comfort of your desk or your office or your couch as you're watching that video. That's not the goal. That's not the objective there. You can't have the hindsight 2020. You got to be able to articulate or look into it in that time and place.
And when you say that, does that mean you have to? Can you explain more what that means? Like, who are you supposed to be? What perspective are you supposed to be evaluating it from?
From the officer on the scene or a similarly trained officer, right? Put yourself in that officer's position. I could kind of use a sports analogy, right? When we're yelling at the TV on a football game or a basketball game with the Pistons last night, put yourself in that position. That three-point shot's not so easy, right? So the circumstances of that right there, not you removed and you're in the safety of wherever. You've got to put yourself in that position. So exhaustion, you're tired, you don't know, all these factors, the totality of the circumstances, it's an extensive list of things. You've got to be able to recreate that and put yourself in that situation or a similar trained officer as you're judging or evaluating that use of force.
And is that part of what you do in your current position is evaluate
It
uses
is.
of
I'm
force?
responsible for use force analysis and reviews, and we average between 500 to 600 use forces a year in the last, for pretty much my entire career. So, yeah, I'm tasked with that. I'm part of the use force review board.
And you mentioned the totality of the circumstances, and you started mentioning some of them. And I would direct your attention to Exhibit E1, Section 9-1.4 to 9-1.5, and this is Section D. And you started talking about some of these topics. Can you talk a little bit more and explain what you are or officers are trained to consider under the totality of the circumstances?
Yes. So that phrase, totality of circumstances, it's the tangible facts or the tangible things in that instance. So an easy one is size, right? Is the officer much smaller than the subject they're trying to arrest or fighting with? Exhaustion is on there. That has a huge bearing on use of force incidents. Weather, distance from the subject, the type of crime. And then the last one, and this isn't a complete list, obviously there's other factors that are going to play, but reaction time is a huge one because it's pretty well understood that action is usually faster than reaction. So again, sports analogy. A pitcher gets a pitch signal. He knows exactly where he's going to do it. He's going to be able to do it with relative control. The batter's got to react to that. If it was easy, a batter'd have 1,000% batting average. So same thing as an officer. They they've got to pick up clues or cues ahead of time to try to give them some kind of a fair playing field.
And when you're talking about reaction time, is that something that's also trained to the officers?
It is.
And what are they trained about that?
Just to understand the concept that action is faster than reaction. So officers, for the vast majority of their daily activities, are behind the power curve, if you will. They have to react to other actions. Very rarely do officers take initial actions ahead of time. And I also point up number 5 there. A vast majority of our use of forces, subjects or suspects are under alcohol or drug influence. That's a vast majority of our incidents.
And is that just like something that you train officers to look for?
Yeah, to recognize that some uses of force are not effective. For example, pepper spray, people that are intoxicated historically don't have, they aren't affected the way that a person that wasn't intoxicated might be by pepper spray. Or they're very resistant to pain because of the delayed response to the intoxication or the drug induction.
And you mentioned like not viewing this from hindsight. How do you avoid doing a hindsight analysis when evaluating the use of force?
Personally, I will watch the video or videos start to finish, and then review the incident reports to try to gather some more information, and then I'll try to break down the video frame by frame, or I don't have forensic video equipment, but break it down through the software that I have available by piece by piece.
And as I guess when you're considering things from hindsight, are these some of the factors that you have to consider from the perspective of the officer involved?
They play a major role, yes.
And are officers trained with regard to the reaction time? Are they trained that they might have to make split-second decisions in tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving situations?
Yes, that's reinforced through training.
And how do you train officers to anticipate that?
The best way we try is through reality-based scenarios where we put them at a disadvantage and force split-second decisions to try to reinforce decision-making skills and try to give them some framework to understand, reasonable decisions or reactions off that.
Okay. And now you mentioned some of the reality-based scenarios. Can you tell us a little bit more about what those are?
Yes. So as men and women hire into the Grand Rapids Police Department, they do an 8-week in-house orientation, we refer to it as, where we start with very basic skills and then progressively make them more difficult, the scenarios. For example, we'll at some point in that 8 weeks, we do a drill, kind of an exhaustion drill, if you will, where they're in a kind of sensory deprived, it's pretty simple design, but it's more or less a shower curtain that kind of comes over top of them. That's enclosed, and then they react immediately to something, and it's usually a violent assault. And the goal there is to get them exhausted, to have that understanding what that feels like, a 30 second to 1 minute scenario, because we found that if we go past that 1 minute, the injury rate gets pretty high. So that's one example. We also voluntarily expose the new recruits to Taser, a Taser effect, a Taser, either a drive stun or NMI, as you've heard, the probe, and then pepper spray. We also make them drive on a racetrack. So we try to expose them to everything we possibly can that they'll see out in the street or out in a real operational sense. And then once they get done that 8 weeks, they do 16 weeks of field training with somebody sitting next to them that evaluates everything they do, every call they go on, every stop they make, and it gets progressively harder. And the expectation is they have to do the whole 100% of the work by the end of that field training program. Then when they're done with that, we have between 8 to 10 mandatory training cycles a year that vary in topic to try to maintain skill sets and build skill sets.
And why do you have the new recruits go through all of these scenario-based trainings?
Just to give them a perspective of what, one, that time compressed decision making, that stress of having to make decisions in a split second. And then, like I said, to try to expose them to as much as we possibly can before they're subjected to it in a real life scenario. So the effects of pepper spray, what it feels like to be tased, what it feels like to be exhausted. You know, we even have foot pursuit scenarios that we do with them, so they understand what that feels like or what that looks like. We really focus on communication skills, and it's a whole list of things from A to Z.
Okay. And you mentioned that you ask people to be voluntarily tased and pepper sprayed. Why do you do that?
The biggest factor is to so they understand the effects of it. One, for Taser, for example, what that does to another human being, that if you're tasing them, to understand that, to avoid excessive Taser deployments or Taser rides, if you will. Also for their own benefit to know if they were incapacitated or the pain associated with the drive stun. Also, pepper spray affects people differently. Some people have very little effect. Some people are completely kind of incapacitated by the effects of it. So just so they have that before they get out on the street in a real life operational sense. They've never been exposed to it.
Okay. And I'd like to pull up what I think has previously been published as the People's, actually I'll just do ours. So I will, would like to move to admit Defendant's Exhibit. And Your Honor, I would have permission to publish Defendant's Exhibit J and K, which are the videos of Officer Schurr being tased.
Okay. Those are good things that make published.
And Bob, can you pull up Exhibit K, please? Or sorry, J. Sorry, can you pull up Exhibit K? Okay. Sue, do you mind dimming the lights, please?
I'm sorry.
Could you dim the lights, please? Okay, this is Defendant's Exhibit K. Can you play this for us, Bob? And is this the voluntary tasing that you had talked about?
Yes, it's consistent with what we do. And if you notice, the retired captain now that actually tased Officer Schurr, he's well within that 4-foot range, and we do this to demonstrate various effects of the taser, where we'll get a quote-unquote proper spread of the probes to somebody, and then the next person we might do a close probe deployment to show that you know, it's super painful, but there's varying effects to it. Or we might drive stun somebody, or we might do a third point of contact to create that lockup or that NMI. So that is consistent with what we do, yes.
And based on the, I guess, the close range that Officer Schurr was tased, how close do you think this would be?
It looks like he's probably within about 2 feet of where he sends the probes.
And based on that, how far would you anticipate that the probe spread would be?
That's a previous model. That's an X2 model that when Officer Schurr was hired, we were still carrying. So the previous model, the T7, but in that range, it's probably about I would guess about a 6 to 7 inch spread from there.
Okay, and as part of the voluntary tasing, why, I mean, I guess you've explained why, but do you notice that with different people, their reactions are different depending
Yes.
on their size
Mhm.
and body mass, distance?
Yes, and you can see we have to take precautions to, because if, say, Officer Schurr standing up, those two officers would be spotting him under his arms because of that concern of a fall hazard. So we vary the positions just to demonstrate effectiveness, or as you could see in that video, Officer Schurr is able to crawl a little bit, but he's obviously in intense pain. And without his arms being held, I don't know if he would have been able to move his arms or not. We get varying responses, like you said, by body size, ability. People react differently to being tased. That's for sure.
And have you ever been tased?
I have.
And what was that experience like for you?
Miserable. I will say miserable. I've been tased. Part of it was the instructor program. I think 3 times. I have not been tased by the Taser 10, thankfully. But yeah, it's. I've had different reactions each time. That's the unique part about being tased. Is one time you may lock up and not say anything. You may scream, blood-curdling screams. You may flail your arms with that quote-unquote lock-up, the NMI. I've also been drive-stunned 4 times, and that's yeah, very intense pain, and I relate it to like being hit with a blowtorch. That's what it feels like your skin's melting.
Well, I think you're a brave person for doing it that many times.
That's also why I'm not the master taser instructor anymore.
And yeah, so we could do a demonstration, but we can't. So, so when you're teaching officers what it feels like to get tased, are there any other things that you train them to think about when they're about to use a taser, or when they're about to use the taser?
Yes, and that's why we do a ton of reality-based scenarios. We have specific taser-based scenario drills we do because things are dynamic, right? They're fluid. They're not like that mat room or the taser video where everything's static and I'm going to stand here, you're going to pull your taser, and I'm not going to move. So we try to demonstrate that through various different exercises to show, even though it might be a close probe spread, you could fire your other cartridge and get a lockup, or you could create that third point of contact by drive stun or touching that taser to the individual. So there's varying methods we try to reinforce that there's a whole spectrum of issues with the taser at times, so to try to work through that.
And I would like permission to publish Defendant's Exhibit K. J, I'm sorry.
So it's J.
Yes, sorry. Defendant's Exhibit J. And you mentioned the close probe deployment. Is this what you were discussing?
Exactly, yes. So Officer Schurr there is in very close proximity to it's just a leather wrestling dummy we use, so you can use live cartridges. And that's a limitation of training with the tasers because of some of the dangers with them. We can recreate some of it, but I can't have role players getting hit with live tasers. That's a problem. So we use dummies and things like that don't move. But he deploys that taser from probably 6 inches away and then finds that third point of contact. The other option we've trained in is you fire the first set of probes, you get a close probe spread, then you move, and you could fire your second set of probes to make the connection, the electrical connection.
And is there any, even though in some instances if you're closer than 4 feet or the optimal distance, is there any prohibition on doing that?
No, that's really why we do these drills, just to give them some repetitions and a conditioned response, if you will, that in a dynamic fluid situation, that optimum distance isn't always possible.
And you also mentioned that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but with that last exhibit, was that the same taser model, or was that the prior model?
That's the prior one, Your Honor.
Thank you. With that, for the record.
And that was the X2 model? I think?
X2, yeah. The functionality is the same, it's just different cartridges and design of the device a little bit.
And does your training on the close probe deployment or the distance you need to be from the person, has that changed at all now that you've switched to the Taser 7? Or I guess at the time you were using the Taser 7?
The Taser 7?
Mhm.
No, that did not change anything.
And you also mentioned that sometimes you have people voluntarily try pepper spray? Or
Yes,
expose themselves?
I won't say mandate, however, strongly encourage people, unless they're prior law enforcement from somewhere else on lateral end. But again, for the same concept of to experience what that feels like, your eye ducts kind of shutting down and watering, and just the physiological responses you have to that. And if somebody's never been pepper sprayed, they don't know what their response is going to be. Like I said, some people completely shut down and can't really fight through it. Other people, it doesn't affect them at all. So that's kind of the first step, because in the course of your duties, pepper spray has some residual effects on us too when we use it in the field.
And are you aware if Officer Schurr has been pepper sprayed?
He was, yes.
And Your Honor, I would have permission to publish the People's Exhibit 12, which I think is the graduation video. It's the People's Exhibit 12.
You want me to play it? Switch to my computer?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Play the whole thing?
Yeah, you can play it, and then I might tell you to stop it. So, thank you.
Oops, sorry.
Can you pause it here? And
Can I charge it with violence charge
yeah. And for the record, this is the People's Exhibit 12 at the 53-second mark. And you, Captain Seibert, you notice? Can you explain? Do you know why
Yes.
Officer Schurr looks like his eyes?
Yes.
Are
So
squinting?
typically, when we expose our newer officers to pepper spray, we're out at our outdoor range. Then it prevents our instructors from getting the feedback as well. So we'll spray one side of their face, have them close one eye, and spray one side they elect to uncover. And then we give them a little bit of physical training type, some jumping jacks, push-ups to get their breathing up, because some guys will hold their breath, or some folks will hold their breath, try to game it. And then we make them perform some simple strikes, kicks, punches, those kind of things on the training dummies, just to demonstrate to fight through the effects. And like I said, some of our folks really can't. Some people, like we see Officer Schurr is doing his best to get through that, and he's got some involuntary closure of his other eye. So he's experiencing full value, it appears.
And when you, I guess, expose them, depending on their reaction, are officers required to use OC spray if they have a bad reaction to it?
In the field, you mean, or?
Yeah.
No, they're not required.
And you also mentioned that you had been drive stunned in the past. Have you also been pepper sprayed?
Yes.
Would you say that the drive stun is the equivalent of pepper spray?
I would not.
Why not?
The drive stun's, you've heard the concepts of pain compliance with some of these techniques, the kicks and punches and some of these techniques. The goal is to inflict some kind of a pain to gain compliance. And I relate the drive stun is the most intense pain compliance option, device, tool that I've ever felt. So pepper spray is nowhere near. It's uncomfortable and it takes longer to decontaminate and it has some longer effects, but the drive stun is much worse.
And have you ever trained officers to spray pepper spray, or how do you train them to use the pepper spray when they're using it on someone else?
When we set up scenarios specifically where we want to try to elicit a pepper spray response, typically it's at a, where somebody's not obeying verbal commands, they're seated, you have some distance, because like I said, you'll get some residual splashback, if you will, you'll get some pepper spray back at you. So if I'm in close proximity to somebody, I pepper spray them, I'm going to get the full effect as whatever that person's getting, and anybody else around. So it's really designed in its best application to be a distance type tool.
Do you ever train officers to spray it towards themselves?
No.
Why not?
Because they'll most likely suffer the effects of it.
And what would be the harm? I guess what is the risk?
I mean, you could see in that training video, the graduation video from Officer's class, he took one side of the spray, he's got one eye closed, and he's still suffering effects in both eyes. So without being able to shield one of my eyes, there's a chance I can get at both my eyes and then have double the effect of it. The other issue is the design of the device. Can I show mine, I guess, for the jury? Not spray it, but just to show you the canisters that we carry and have carried for years has a thumb device in it, so it would be very awkward and odd to try to get my thumb in and point it back at me, right? So we instruct to use your thumb to spray it, not your finger. So that would be the other preclusion of pointing it back at me.
Okay. And where is the pepper spray located on your duty belt?
In front of whatever dominant side you have, whatever hand you write with. I'm a right-handed person, so I have it on my right hand in front of my gun.
And is that where, do you know if that's where, or do all officers carry their pepper spray there?
The vast majority do.
Okay.
Whatever their strong or dominant side is.
Okay. And are there any issues with trying to use the pepper spray if you're at the optimal distance? Is it effective on everyone?
No. I think I mentioned earlier, historically, people that are intoxicated or under the influence of narcotics, a lot of mental health type crisis, people that are affected by that, it has very little effect or no effect. There's also some outside the kind of norm folks that just don't have any effect to it, whether they're stone sober or not.
And in your experience, does it typically work on certain people who may be intoxicated?
With limited success in my operational use, I guess.
Okay. Mr. Becker, if you wouldn't mind playing the rest, I don't remember. And then if you could switch it back to Mr. McFarland's computer. And when you were talking about the drive stun, you had mentioned you had been drive stunned multiple times.
Yes.
And have you ever trained officers, or would you equate the drive stun potentially to the eye as equivalent of a thumb?
No.
Why not?
I guess I would say a thumb, you'd have to know kind of how to inflict that damage to the eyeball, where that electricity coming off the end of the model of Taser. Again, like I said, I relate it from my experience of being drive stunned 4 times like a blowtorch. So I don't personally want to have it anywhere near my eyeball. I would think that's going to cause a lot more damage, but I'm not a doctor. So.
And without getting it too much, what do you train or how do you train officers to use the taser?
To use the taser? Like in the video, for example, that drill that officer does during his recruit class, close probe deployment, where you fire the taser, activate it, pull the trigger from any distance, and then you know that you've got a short probe spread, so you follow up with that third point of contact, or fire the other set of probes into the person at some point, because then that would give you the distance you need between the probes. We've never taught to remove your cartridges to affect a drive stun. That's just not in our training philosophy or program at all. So we've always been from a probe deployment type. The only thing we talk about is the older models, especially, they had what they refer to it as blast doors on the front of the taser device. So the probes are not super long, so sometimes those probes will get impaled in the blast doors, and then it wouldn't give you any impact to the person. So we've always taught to keep at least try to get a 6-inch distance before you pull that trigger to send the probes, and then follow up with somewhere else, either more probes or drive stun.
And are there any locations that you train officers to avoid when using the taser?
Yes, early on in the taser days, I think actually I had hair back then, they weren't, the dart to heart concept wasn't around, but then after several litigation cases, they changed that so that they've asked us to avoid that center mass kind of chest area. And it's always been preferred that back or legs, large muscle group areas. And we've always instructed that to avoid the neck, face, genital areas, chest area as of late, obviously, but just because of the danger of probes going to those sensitive areas.
And do you also train them not to target those areas with the drive stun?
Yes.
And regarding how you train, kind of going back now to some of the use of force training and some of the policies, what standards in Michigan govern how police officers use force?
Obviously, we talked about the U.S. Supreme Court case, Graham versus Connor, but then obviously we follow Michigan law, Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, any of their case law or decisions that come out.
And when you say Sixth Circuit case law, are you referring to the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals? That
Yes,
includes
sorry,
Michigan,
yes.
Ohio,
Yes,
Tennessee.
Michigan, Ohio, Tennessee, Kentucky. Yes, so throughout the year, their cases come down. We have legal reviews or legal updates rather by the city attorney's office. And as cases come down, we try to glean information to if it has an operational impact on our day-to-day.
And in Grand Rapids, GRPD use of force policy and all of the policies implemented, is GRPD required to follow Michigan law? And
Yes.
what other, and you mentioned, I think, that Graham versus Connor is also incorporated throughout the policy, is that correct?
Yes.
Is GRPD required to follow South Carolina, Florida, or New Mexico law?
No.
Is that incorporated anywhere in the GRPD policies or training?
No, the only thing I would say to that is as instances around the country pop up or happen, we constantly are trying to glean information off that, trends, concerns, those kind of things. But no, not for policies or state law.
And why is that? Why do you?
Just to try to learn, and because as we sit here right now, men and women are out answering 911 calls, doing the daily duties of police work. So it's imperative that we stay up on it and try to identify training needs or concerns or things that we're seeing as trends happen across the country.
And yesterday we heard from some of the prosecution's experts, and I think there was some mention of consent decrees that were entered, I believe from New Mexico. Is the Grand Rapids Police Department trained on or required to follow any consent decrees from other states?
No.
And is GRPD required to, or do they implement the International Chiefs of Police policy guidance into their policy?
No, I'm actually a member of the ICP, and I follow their publications, but no.
And at some of the references to their policy, it was referenced as a policy guidance. Does that mean that GRPD is required to implement those policies?
No.
And you were here yesterday, and I believe, did you hear the testimony by Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield?
I did.
And did you hear them talking about this officer-created jeopardy theory?
Yes.
And
We have to object here, don't you?
Okay, I withdraw my last question. Based on some of the generally accepted police practice that you heard Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield testify about yesterday, are those all consistent with what GRPD trains our officers to do?
Could you rephrase that? Sorry. That seems like a broad, in what police practices, I guess.
During the testimony from Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield, there were some tactical suggestions that they talked about regarding foot chases. Is that consistent with how Grand Rapids trains their police officers on solo foot pursuits if there is another occupant in the vehicle? Is there anything that prevents or prohibits that at GRPD?
No.
How are officers trained to handle solo foot pursuits?
Depending on the situation, biggest thing is to get radio traffic out that you're in a foot pursuit and evaluate the factors there, and then execute.
And is there any GRPD policy that prohibits an officer from pursuing a suspect or person when there is another occupant in the car?
No.
Okay. And I think we touched on this a little bit, but following up on what some of the testimony was yesterday from Professor Stoughton and Mr. Bloomfield, is they talked a little bit about the Taser close probe deployment. Is there anything at GRPD that prohibits officers from using close probe deployment?
No.
And sorry, 1 second. Could you explain to the jury how GRPD officers are trained to assess actions by arrestees?
Yes. One of the first things we try to reinforce with newer officers is visual cues, obviously. Watching hands, waistline area. It's a well-known fact that the vast majority of firearms or illegal weapons are kind of hidden between the waistline or the hip bones, if you will. So watching hands, if they're trying to access a weapon or a firearm as you're approaching them, that's some of the biggest concerns. Watching for some nonverbal cues, if they refuse to look at you, if they're kind of looking for an avenue of escape. Establish some kind of verbal dialogue with them, whether that's commands or directives, and gauge some compliance or lack thereof as you're approaching. There's multiple factors, but those are some of the kind of first ones.
Okay. And if I could have Bob pull up the PowerPoint that has Defendant's Exhibit E, which includes the GRPD policies. Thank you. And I am directing your attention to policy, and this is Exhibit E1, 9-1.3 to 9-1.4, Section 2. Are these some of the available responses that you were discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about some of the responses available and some things that you train officers to look for. And what is the officer's, when can an officer use these types of responses?
Well, the first one, A, there, officer presence, verbal direction, that's pretty much immediate. When you arrive on scene, you effect a stop, you make a contact, you know, like I am here, full uniform, clearly marked as a police officer. And then establishing some kind of verbal direction, right? Stop, hey, come over here, you know, get back in the car, get out of the car. Those are simple verbal directions. So that's the first step, and that kind of gives you an idea as you're visually kind of identifying and gauging compliance off that verbal direction. And then just working down that list, I'd refer to it as physical controls, where you're actually grabbing or trying to establish some kind of physical control where you're grabbing onto them. That would be, under B there, soft, empty hand, and then it progresses down from there.
Okay. And this is a continuation of that, so this is Defendant's Exhibit E1 9-1.4. Can you talk through some of the available options?
Yes. So as you saw on the first page, this is just the second series of options as you escalate in your use of force, or the force you tried to affect wasn't successful, right? So the top one, physical controls, I just said that, but that really is any type of you're trying to grab onto them. So now you're into some kind of strike, a kick, a punch. And you can see the sentence up there that, reasonably believes the soft, empty hand controls will be insufficient to establish control and the use of deadly force not justified. And then the next step is intermediate control. So kind of commonly refer to that as our tools, right? Impact, your baton. If you're equipped with less lethal munitions, which the vast majority of patrol officers aren't. And then the electronic control devices, tasers. So again, it has that language in there where you could move to that level, intermediate control before, after you can establish that lower levels of force have been ineffective, or you reasonably believe. So going back to that, to totality of the circumstances or the factors, right? Size is a huge one, right? So if I'm an officer that's 5 foot, 100 pounds, and the subject I'm dealing with is 6'4" and 280, we don't expect them to go hands-on with them. They could escalate to a taser device maybe right away, as opposed to, a bigger officer may have to actually physically go hands-on with them, if that makes sense.
Yes, and sorry, I jumped out of order here a little bit. I'm now showing what's Exhibit E1, Section 9-1.2, and it says number 7, 8, 9, and 10. So can you explain a little bit about what the officer's responses, what they're responding to?
Yeah, so that just kind of clarifies what we expect of our people, right? To gain control of a subject, they're trying to either take into arrest or detain for an investigation, or just general public safety. So that just defines what a response is. And then again, we go back to the reaction time. It's barely understood that it takes some time. Your brain's going to initiate an activity, but it isn't an immediate, right? It takes some time to actually initiate that activity or that response you want to do. And it just goes in there. And then at the bottom, a duty to intervene. That's clearly in our policy that we have a duty to stop another officer from unreasonable force or excessive force.
And now Exhibit E1, Section 9-1.3D, which can you talk a little bit about what the officer's use of force is generally based on?
Yes. So that language in there is just kind of a guideline. We ask our people, our men and women, to explain what that looks like. So inactive resistance, you can see in the parentheses there, clenching a fist, blank stare, looking for an avenue of escape. Those are what you could see and understand. The inactive resistance just gives it kind of a rough phrase there. And then you work down the passive resistance. That's kind of commonly referred to as like a protest or dead weight, right? Stand up, no, is dead weight. So they're not actively resisting, they're passively resisting. They won't react to verbal commands. And then it progresses down to active resisting, where you're actually physically trying to block an officer from grabbing onto you. You're pulling away. And then active aggression and assault, you're striking them, you're wrestling with them, or tussling. That seems to be a common phrase. Grabbing onto the officer, grabbing their equipment, and then a deadly force assault at the bottom.
And we already talked about the officer's available responses in 9-1.3 and 9-1.4. But just to clarify, so the level of control used by the officer is is that typically based on what the person's actions are?
Yes, with the caveat, I think they said it in a couple of them, that we don't have to progress through each one to jump to another one, or we don't have to wait to be punched to do, ABC kind of thing, or I don't have to wait to be shot to use deadly force, so it's all based upon, again, that objective, reasonable standard. What would a similarly trained officer in a similar situation, how would they react? So it just spells out in our policy those actions and the options the officers have.
And how do you train officers to account for or incorporate the decision-making options when they're in a situation?
Yeah, we really focus on that reasonableness. There's more than one way to do it. It doesn't have to be perfectly right. It has to be reasonable with that information they had in that time-constricted decision-making process, recognizing that decisions take time to actually initiate. So you see it commonly where maybe the subject's facing me, and then as I initiate that action, they're faced away from me, so it looks like I hit them in the back or punch them in the back, but as I initiated that activity, they're facing me. So that's kind of the reaction time. We understand that.
And what are some of the challenges that officers might face to make slow or analytical decisions during use of force incidents?
Like we've talked about here, the reaction time, right? They're usually reactive in nature, and you don't have full, complete information. You're going off of your training and experience, or reasonable decisions at that point, or what you can kind of, those factors, the totality of the circumstances. So if a subject's acting like they're armed, they're doing what we'd refer to as security taps, where they subconsciously tap their waistline where a weapon might be secreted. That's a reasonable response for me to key in on that and think that they're armed, right? Or they blade away, where they move their body position away from me, like as you're standing at me, if I put my right hip or right side to you, I've bladed away from you to conceal my weapon. So those are clues or cues that we try to train our folks in, and we expose them to in scenarios to pick up on that, to start that decision-making process. And then we recognize that we try to give them some kind of parameters, and they operate in those parameters, and we constantly coach and train and mentor.
And how does the training account for an officer's reliance on intuition or experience in these split-second moments?
They get quicker with recognizing threats or cues, or clearly a brand new officer, unless they've got vast life experience reading people, don't pick up on the clues that somebody with 10, 12, 15 years on the job was going to, until they've been exposed to that, right? Where you may give somebody 2 arms length distance away as I'm speaking with you, and then you're in 3-foot pursuits because they can pick up that you don't know they're going to run. So then all of a sudden you close that gap a little closer to be able to grab onto them. Things like that, where you allow somebody to move a little further, then you're involved in some foot pursuits, and you learn pretty quick that, oh wait, he's probably going to run, or she's going to run, so I close that gap a little quicker. So it just speeds up the decision making as they get more experience and more training and more repetitions.
And
looking for conditioned responses, if that makes sense.
And why is that important?
Like I said at the beginning, we try to train the men and women to have been exposed to the vast majority of things we possibly can before they see them in an operational sense. And obviously there's limits, we can't do everything, but a conditioned response to input is much better than I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm going to go off the fly, if that makes sense.
And when you are training officers in these scenario-based situations, are they, and like we saw with the Taser exposure, are they usually in very controlled situations where?
No, starting, if you think of the concept, crawl, walk, run, we like to use that, right? So week 1 through 4 of recruit in-house is going to be pretty static, right? We're going to teach them skill sets, drills to reinforce positive reaction, and then we turn the dial up, if you will, the pressure up, where now it's much more dynamic. So that dummy that maybe he's doing a close probe deployment on now is a moving role player in a suit, and he may move as that taser goes, or those kind of scenarios where we run and we get the foot pursuits and we fight back. And so we try to turn the stressors up as much as we can without injuring the new officers or the role players.
And as part of the training, I guess just finishing up some of the policy stuff. Once an officer, and I'm sorry, for the record, I'm showing what's Defendant's Exhibit E1, Section 9-1.4. Once an officer makes the decision to use deadly force, are they required to try other options?
No.
Why not?
If the situation, that officer has deemed that situation has resulted in they're going to elect to use deadly force, they need to stop that threat in an immediate sense. So lower levels of force have a very less likelihood of becoming successful, especially if you've escalated through multiple options of force and now you're at a deadly force encounter. Like we've talked about, the time-constricted decision-making, exhaustion, various factors are going to have an impact in that. So deadly force, there's not time to go back to other options.
And are there some instances where it would be reasonable for an officer to go directly to deadly force without having to try
Yes.
any of the lower options?
Yes.
Can you give an example of when that might be?
Yeah, for example, I try to stop somebody here right outside the courthouse on Ottawa, somebody walking on the street. As I go to make contact with them, hey, stop for a second, they spin and they produce a firearm. I don't have to try to use empty hand tactics or anything else. I can immediately pull my firearm and defend myself.
And once an officer decides to use deadly force, are they, I may have said this a little bit already, but are they required to use a different force option before they resort to their firearm?
No.
And once they decide to use their firearm, can you explain how you train officers to use their firearm once they've decided that deadly force is necessary?
Yeah, so we do usually 3 to 4 times a year. Besides scenario-based stuff, we actually do firearms training with different weapon systems, different drills, whether it's standard marksmanship, point shooting, close quarter battle type drills where you're very close to targets. There's a whole multitude of training that goes into the use of firearms. And then in realistic based scenario training, we have the option of using training devices so we can, role players can recreate a deadly force encounter and the officer going through can deliver deadly force without injuring either party. So we have that a lot where we build specific scenarios to elicit those responses. Yeah.
I'm showing you what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit E2, and this is the Firearms Procedure 9-2.2. Can you explain when an officer may draw or display their firearm?
Yeah, it clearly says right there, fear for their safety of the officer, safety of others. So easy example of that is frequently we have break-ins around the city where a broken window in a business at 2 a.m., the officers are authorized to pull their firearms as they clear that structure or begin to clear that structure.
And once officers decide to use deadly force, now I'm showing Defendant's Exhibit, this is still E2 9-2.1. When can an officer discharge their firearm?
So it starts with a reasonable threat of death or serious bodily injury to yourself, another citizen, or another officer, and then to present the escape of a inherently violent fleeing felony crime, and the probable cause to believe that that subject poses a reasonable threat to others or officers.
And when you are training them on how to use the firearm, where do you train them to?
Yeah, so kind of a misconception, unfortunately, is shoot to wound. We train to stop the threat, and we teach to shoot center mass because that's the largest target area that people have. So upper chest, upper back, those areas, we don't train to shoot limbs or shoot the gun out of somebody's hand because the likelihood of success is not very high. So that, in its easiest explanation, is the preferred target areas for. But like I said, some of the drills, it's point shooting, if you will, where you're pointing, you're drawing your firearm under stress and you're firing rounds at a target. So you're not actively aiming your firearm, if that makes sense. You're not, looking through your sights, developing a sight picture, taking your time. It's under duress, under stress, and you're just trying to get a response out right away.
And I think you mentioned close quarter battle.
Yeah, so it's a term, sorry, the monikers and acronyms, but all that means is that threat is probably within arm's reach of me. So my arms are almost 3 feet long, probably. So that arm distance away from me, it's a very close-up threat. I don't have time, right, to create distance or put something between us. I've got to immediately defend myself or another. So we've taught, gone through this for years now of draw your firearm, and obviously I can't extend it because I'm going to be presenting that to them. So I'm going to keep that firearm close to me and point shoot. And with the cycle of our handguns, the chance, so not that this is a firearms lesson, but we have a semi-automatic handgun. So as I pull that trigger, there's a top part, the slide, that will cycle and come back. If I'm too close to my clothing, and we're in Michigan, so we're in heavy clothing 8 months of the year, I feel like, I've got to keep that slide away from me. So we teach to put the bottom of that firearm, the magazine that the rounds or the bullets are in, against our rib cage and shoot from here. So it gives me a little standoff distance, and it also prevents a malfunction of my firearm, if that makes sense. So that's a standard kind of close quarter battle drill we do, or close quarter combat drill we do at the range. And that's a very static in the sense of I'm standing in front of a paper target and I'm doing that. Due to safety and concerns for injury to my role players and instructors and cops, I can't really recreate those drills very well in training. There's some products out there that you kind of use, but it doesn't give you the same feel. So it's really hard to replicate that in a dynamic training scenario, if that makes sense.
And you mentioned something, I think, that it would be ineffective or something in certain circumstances. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did you say something about it being ineffective at certain, using it in a certain manner when you're doing that?
Just more of a concern of creating a malfunction myself. So if I bring that firearm in front of myself, the slide could impact me or hit my vest and not cycle properly. So as you pull your trigger, a bullet goes, that round ejects out and a new round feeds in. So if it doesn't cycle properly, you've got a one shot and that's it. So that's why we really focus on bringing that firearm up, kind of that rib cage area up here, to prevent any kind of malfunction.
I think we've gone through all of these. One of the things that we haven't talked about yet, and I'm showing what is marked as defendant's exhibit. This is part of E1, and this is 9-1.6. And this is also talking about the authorized use of force. But can you tell us a little bit about the verbal directives that are mentioned? What are in number E4? Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, whenever reasonably possible, officers shall provide verbal directives before deadly force is used. And I like to tell our newer officers, that's, for example, you're in a traffic stop, you've got multiple people in the car, and you see somebody reaching for a firearm. That's a proper time to tell them, don't reach that firearm, I'm going to shoot you. Right? A directive could be stop, drop it. It's a direction, not necessarily a warning. And when feasible, under life-threatening stress, time-compressed decision-making, exhaustion, some of those, when feasible, doesn't really make sense. It's not practical.
And with this verbal directive, does it require you to say, like, stop or I'll shoot?
No.
That's all the policy stuff that I have for you for now. Sorry
Okay.
if we've bored everyone. But, all right, so we've talked a little bit about your training and the in-house training. You've talked a lot about kind of how you train officers to be prepared for the use of force encounters in the real world through the scenario-based and the field training. One of the things that it seems like is kind of ingrained throughout this is that a lot of the responses are up to the officer's discretion. Can you explain why that is?
That we don't want to limit telling our men and women there's one response to that input or that stimulus or that situation, because it's just not practical. Like I explained, size of the officer, their ability. Clearly, I'm not a young man anymore, right? So if it's a 25-year-old officer compared to almost 50, right, there's physical skill differences there or experience. So we try to give them parameters, if you will, and to operate inside those. So their decision doesn't have to be perfectly right. It just has to be reasonable for that situation and circumstance.
And if one officer would do something one way, but another officer might do it a different way, does that make it unreasonable?
No.
Why not?
Like I said, size, skill, and again, I'll use the term articulate. If I explain what I saw, what I felt, why I did what I did, then maybe it looks different than me watching it, right? Like you can't be in somebody's mind to know what they saw, what they thought, what they experienced. You know, videos give you a perspective, but not living through the moment.
And you mentioned that officers' reactions are not meant to be perfect.
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, just are they reasonable? Keep coming back to that term. Are they reasonable for that situation? So yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect, and we constantly review and coach and mentor and train to try to perfect that craft, if you will. But again, we don't expect perfection. It's just got to be reasonable, because they don't have the luxury of having all the time in the world to make a decision, come up with a tactical plan, and have every asset and resource available before they initiate that plan. They've got to make split-second decisions under a lot of times serious stress and with a lack of information.
And is there ever one right option?
No.
I think you've explained, but why not?
Yeah, just going back to that last answer, there's variable factors to it. You know, the officer, their experience, their what they recognize as a threat, where one might not. Though there's just a multitude of factors, and that's why we don't bracket people down into one way, one track, because it's not practical.
Okay. All right, and Your Honor, could I have a brief moment? I realize I need to get my notes. Your Honor, would it be okay if we just took a brief break? I just need to get some of my notes from my computer. Or we can...
3:15, Your Honor, maybe it's time for the afternoon break, if court declined.
Okay, I was going to do one at 3:15. we're almost there, so. We will take a break for 15 minutes, come back at 3:30. So meanwhile, please remember to leave your notes upside down in your chairs, and that you're not deliberating, not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, and also the restrictions are still in place to avoid news reports about this case in the media and on social media. We will see you back here in 15. Thank you, maybe see you.
seated.
Go back on the record and Christopher Schurr, all parties are present. And there's nothing we need to do before the jurors come in, right? Ms. Hamilton, you all set?
Almost, sorry.
Did you say almost?
Yes, I'm ready, Your Honor, sorry.
And also, Mr. President?
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll have the jurors come in.
All rise for the jury, please.
All right, welcome back. You may be seated. And go ahead with your next question, Mr. Hamilton.
All right. Captain Cyber, I would like to kind of walk through some of the training that Officer Schurr received and how it has been applied in this situation. Bob, can you please pull up Defendant's Exhibit B, which is the sync video with the transcript?
You're saying B as in boy.
B as in boy. Okay. And before we play the video, I just kind of, could you explain to the jury kind of some of the things that you train officers to do when conducting a traffic stop?
Yes. One of the biggest things is to get radio traffic out as soon as possible, because there's a lot, as you can see in the body camera of Officer Schurr. He's got a computer by him, a radio, he's got to operate the vehicle, turn the emergency equipment on. So try to get radio traffic out as soon as possible, because pulling a traffic stop is an unknown risk. You don't know, again, you're back at that reactive point of their actions. So first thing is radio traffic. Simple as, the description of the vehicle, license plate, location you're at. If you can tell how many occupants are in it. And then activate your emergency equipment, and then approach the vehicle once it comes to a stop.
Okay. And Bob, if you could play the video, start playing the video through RFN 1246.
Nelson, Northern Briggs, Edward King Hall, 9367, Hamilton. Hey!
Okay, so for the record, we're stopped at RFN 1236. And kind of backing up a little bit, through when, we've talked about this a little bit, but there was no sound in the beginning. What does that mean? Why is that?
Yes, our, obviously Axon, the symbols in the top right, same manufacturer's Taser, our in-car video and our body camera. So there's an automatic built-in delay of 30 seconds. So there's automatic activations. So when Officer Schurr activates his emergency lights, that activates his body camera and his in-car video, it loops back 30 seconds. So there's multiple opening the back doors, manually, or activating the gun locks, the shotgun or rifle, speed. If another officer in the area activates their equipment or their body camera, it Bluetooths into yours. So there's a multitude of factors, and that can be varied by agency, but ours is a 30-second loop. So that's why there's no sound until he's actually, you see him on the radio and you can actually hear him. So it's just the 30 seconds catching back up. So that's what you see there.
And leading up to this point, was there anything that you would train officers to look for up to this point?
Yes, obviously it's 8:15 in the morning or 8:11 in the morning, so there's not a lot of traffic. It's a weekday, and as you see, if you could tell, Officer Schurr is doing a U-turn to turn and follow that vehicle. And as he's making that U-turn, you see it make a turn, and then as he turns onto that street, it turns again. So that could be a clue of they're trying to evade you or get to a driveway to pull into and quickly get into a house. Again, just possible factors that we train our officers to look for as they're affecting that or making that traffic stop.
And here, if you see at this point, when Mr. Lyoya opens the door and is stepping out of the vehicle, how do you train GRPD officers, or what do you train them to do if someone jumps out of the car before the officer has had a chance to get out of his car?
Yes. It's a concern because they again, the action versus reaction. The driver is already opened the door, is getting out of the car. The officer's still on the radio or putting his vehicle in park, got to open the door to get out. Countless cases a year of officers being ambushed inside their cars as they pull a traffic stop. Happens far too often. So that's obvious the gravest concern. We try to we show some videos of that and show statistics so they have that in the back of their mind. They understand that, and not to say that that's possible in every case, but it's a concern. They have to address that. So the driver's out of the car already, so Officer Schurr's got to hustle to get his car in park, get his car door open, and address that driver immediately. So like I talked about a little bit ago, watching the hands is the biggest concern right away to see if he's trying to access the weapon, if he's blading away, like I talked about, or hiding a side of his body because he could potentially be armed. It happens. It's one of those things that steps up your concern when somebody immediately jumps out of a car.
And what do you train officers to think about if someone does jump out of the car?
One, to get out of your car. You're not in a good spot in there because it kind of locks you in. Like I said, ambushes happen, or people close that distance and are on top of you in your car before you can get out. So get out of your car, give some verbal direction right away to try to gauge. One, then you can feel for what that situation is. Maybe it is somebody that's late to school or giving their kids a ride somewhere and they're just trying to explain it. But you got to get out, have some verbal communication with them, evaluate that situation right away. So biggest thing, get out of your car, watching the hands in the waistline area, and then have some verbal direction with them, or communication with them.
And why? What manner of verbal direction do you train officers to have?
We're trying to be firm, right? It's not the time to, good morning, my name's Officer or Captain Cyber with the Grand Rapids Police Department. They're already out of the car, they're approaching you. It can be a grave concern, so establish some type of control. Be professional, but establish firm control, verbal direction right away.
And what do you train officers to think about someone who's jumped out of the car?
Like I said, not to say every instance like this is going to be some kind of a tragic ending or you're going to be viciously assaulted or killed, but it's a possibility. So you've got to mitigate that right away. So getting out of your car, addressing them. Like I said, sometimes it's just they're being evasive. Again, you're reacting to that driver. The driver knows if what they've done or if they have a valid license, they don't have a license, they have something in the car, they don't want you to find out. So again, far more common for people to flee right here. or try to distract you enough to get you off of your preliminary investigation there.
Okay. Bob, if you could play, oh, could you dim the lights, please? Bob, could you please play the video through RFN 1846?
Hey, stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Get in the car! Dude, I'm stopping you. You have a license? You have a license? I'm stopping you. Do you have a license? Do you have a driver's license? Do you speak English? Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and for the record, this is RFN 1830. Okay. So I want to walk through some of this. What do you train officers to do when they approach the vehicle in this instance where someone's jumped out of the car?
Like I said, watching the hands is the gravest concern right there, to make sure they're not going to try to access a weapon. And establishing some type of verbal direction, commands to gauge cooperation. Officer Schurr clearly is instructing him to stay in the car, get back in the car. He's not cooperative. And then he wants to argue why he's being stopped. Officer Schurr is trying to communicate with him, confirms he speaks English. So he closes that distance to cut off an avenue of escape. That way, if the subject tries to flee, he's much better positioned to give chase on foot.
And can you talk about, why does Officer Schurr, why do you train officers to ask for a driver's license?
It's just the immediate part of the traffic stop. One, to identify the subject, and then two, to establish whether they have a valid license or a license on them, because then that could lead down the path of having a reason for a valid arrest right away. So you can effect an arrest and continue that investigation.
And if someone doesn't produce a license, what do you train officers to do?
Typically, driving while unlicensed without your license, it's a misdemeanor offense in the state of Michigan, so they're going to at least be temporarily detained, if not physically arrested. So if they refuse to produce a license or they don't have one, then try to cooperatively talk them into handcuffs. If not, then you have to physically restrain them.
Okay. Bob, could you play the video to RFN 1945, please?
Can I see your license?
And for the record, this is RFN 1949. Do you observe the driver at this point doing anything when Officer Schurr asks him for a license?
Yes. When Officer asks the driver for a license, the driver reaches to, it appears, his right back pocket, taps it to, like, I'm going to get it out of my wallet, and then just taps and keeps moving without producing a license. So again, those are verbal cues. We try to train our people to recognize that that's evasive, or evasion, if you will, that you've asked them for a license a few times, they're not providing it, and now they're, whether they're trying to initiate a plan or what, they're trying to keep you from your direct action.
Bob, could you play through RFN 3195, please?
The plate doesn't belong in this car. Do you have a license or no? Do you have a driver's license? Yes. Where is it at? Get it for me. The plate does not belong in this car. No. Stop.
Okay, and for the record, this is RFN 3213. At this point, what do you observe about Mr. Lyoya?
At the start of the video, or start of this clip, rather, excuse me, Officer Schurr again asked him for his license. He opens the door and asks the passenger to find it. Again, not a uncommon thing where, again, trying to be evasive, try to distract you. Officer Schurr gives him an opportunity to produce a license. He doesn't, and he's under arrest for driving on license or without a license at least at this point. So he, right before the end of this, the driver starts to move towards the north of the car, which is common to, hey, I don't have a license. I know I don't have a license. I'm going to try to maybe create some distance and run, flee. So Officer Schurr grabs him by his upper arm and shoulder there, it looks like.
Okay, and this is how you train officers?
Yeah, to grab and to, limit that avenue of escape, and more times than not, just that grab and pulling their hands on their back is enough to effect an arrest.
Bob, could you please go forward to RFN 3195? Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, can you go forward to 3344?
Stop. During the page. Stop.
Oh, sorry, could you back up a little bit? Okay, so leading up to, and for the record, this is RFN 3344. Throughout this, can you describe what you saw here?
Yes. So the start of the clip, Officer Schurr's got a hold of the driver, and as he tries to, I assume, try to bring his arms behind his back, the driver spins, and by spinning is able to push the officer off of him, or kind of launch him, if you will, almost off of him. And then Officer Schurr goes back in to grab onto him again, and the driver actually strikes at his hands to knock him away, and then is creating this distance here.
Okay, Bob, could you just back up frame, a few frames?
This is 334.
Thank you.
So you can see it appears Officer Schurr's feet are, if you go back and forward a little bit, his feet actually come off the ground. They're off the ground there. So as the driver spins and Officer Schurr's got a hold of him, he's actually off the ground. So that movement by the driver is enough to actually physically pick him up and spin him. And then he breaks his grip by actually, on the bottom screen you can see it appears as the driver brings his right arm down, as you can see it knocks Officer Schurr's left hand off his grab, and then he ends up hitting his own arm and knocking it off by that strike or block of the driver into Officer Schurr.
And at this point, what level of resistance would the driver be using, Mr. Lee?
Active aggression, in my opinion, by the strikes. And it went from a driving offense to now a resist and obstruct or assault on a police officer.
And what type of offenses are those?
State R&O charge is a felony. Depending on the assault on a police officer, that could be too, but not here, I would think.
Okay, and is there anything about the positioning of Mr. Lyoya that you observe in this that you would train officers to look for?
Yes, so I would refer to this as an inside position. So clearly at the beginning, Officer starts with his a chest to back position where he's behind him. That's ideal. But when we're face to face, that's a problem because then we're much closer to be assaulted. Clearly the driver can block your hands or punch your hands away. It's difficult to control a human being face to face. So ideally we want to be faced away.
Okay. All right, Bob, could you please play this through 3402? Okay, for the record, this is RFN 3415. At this point, And I guess a few frames, backing up a few frames, did you observe anything about the vehicle that Officer Schurr was driving that day?
He's got his lights activated and it's fully marked. We drive Ford Explorers, more or less sedans, so they're fully marked. It's got a full light bar on it and it's activated. And he's in a full uniform, full police uniform.
And you see Officer Schurr reaching for his radio. Oh, I guess we can play it. Bob, if you want to play the video now through 3471. And for the record, this is RFN 3477. When Officer Schurr calls out on the radio, we got one running. What does that mean? Or what does that
It's
indicate
just
to other
simple
officers?
radio traffic to let dispatch and other units know that you're in a foot pursuit. So again, it's imperative to get that information out because now you're separated away from our car. Our car's got a locator in it, but we don't have locators on human beings. So as Officer Schurr gets away from his cruiser, it's inherently concerning because we don't know where he is. So for accountability and manpower issues. But so he gets the radio traffic out right away. And if you, in that freeze frame in the bottom, you notice I spoke about concerns of secreted weapons or people carrying weapons from hip bones. It's kind of widely accepted in our law enforcement industry that to access that firearm, I've got to create some kind of an arm angle to access that. So on foot pursuits, commonly we see that elbow bend, and not to say that everybody is armed that we chase, but it's something that we train our officers to watch for, to be cognizant of, because it can easily turn into them accessing a firearm, and we've had numerous cases in my career have it happen. So it could be something as they're trying to keep clothing up, but it is a trained cue for our officers.
And when Officer Schurr called out that he had one running, how do you train other officers to respond to that?
So when he calls out his traffic stop, available area units will start that way. Normal driving conditions, obeying traffic laws, no emergency equipment. Again, it's 8:10, 8:15 in the morning. It was a weekday, so traffic's probably pretty congested in the east service area on the southeast side of the city. So once he calls out a foot pursuit, at least the east units should be responding emergency mode, lights and siren, if they're available. If not, other service areas, so directly to the north of that would be our south service area, and then north, central, and west. So manpower was an issue that day. We were very short-staffed. So whatever units were available should have been heading emergency fashion, lights and siren, and driving with due care and caution, but obviously exceeding the speed limit.
And why do you train the officers to respond with lights and sirens?
Because of the risk, you're fighting with someone. We know that we want more cops there than not. So to try to get people there as soon as possible. One, the cruiser's unattended. You don't know, sometimes officers end up in backyards, they don't know exactly where they are. They end up in houses sometimes as people flee into a house. So there's a multitude of reasons, but we want to get that radio traffic out right away.
And at this point, once someone is under arrest, do you train GRPD officers that they can just let them go?
No, that is not common practice.
Why not?
Because there's an inherent risk to the community. Just in this example here, if this stops, the driver has already committed a couple arrestable violations. He's fleeing on foot. We've had numerous cases of people fleeing into other people's homes, breaking into homes, outbuildings. Like I said, it's a school time of the morning. So that's just a risk to the community. That subject knows they did something that they're going to go to jail for, and they've fought with the police, and they're running away. So, and if the officer, say he gets back in his car and starts driving to find him again, there's no saying that subject can't get back in his car and drive away, right? And now we've created that jeopardy. So we train people to chase and effect an arrest.
And what do you train them to do if there is another person in the vehicle?
Be aware of it, but it's more of a risk when we're fighting around cars or struggling with people and there's 4 people in the car. Some of those things, we've had multiple instances of that. But running by a car that's occupied is not, be aware of it, but it's not a hindrance to say, don't ever do that.
And in some instances, is there any training that you provide on someone who is in this situation where they're by themselves and they have to engage in a foot pursuit?
Yes, we do multiple scenarios with that in-house, where we force the officers to run. Jason's the role player, and then work through the scenario.
And is there anything that would prohibit them from, or would prohibit Officer Schurr from continuing to follow
No,
Mr. Lyoya at this
no,
point?
we and that's what we train on. We talk about some of the risks, right? Where people potentially are armed, following the same path, nighttime, backyards. There's a multitude of reasons, but or issues, but that's what we train to be aware of it and mitigate those as best possible.
And pursuant to GRPD policy and training, is it your opinion that Officer Schurr was reasonable in pursuing Mr. Lyoya at this point in a foot chase?
Yes.
Even though there was someone else still occupied in the car?
Yes.
Could you please play the video to RFN 3555? Okay, for the record, this is RFN 3555. So what do you train officers to do once someone is actively running away?
Just try to catch them, obviously. And that's with varied success sometimes, but obviously Officer Schurr catches up to the driver pretty quickly. And then it's sometimes people give up right away when you tell them to stop. They lay down, they put their hands up. Other times we have to tackle them to the ground or push them to the ground. And clearly in this incident, Officer Schurr pushes the driver to the ground or tackles him to the ground.
And based on what Officer Schurr, or it appears that he would know at this point, just that the plates didn't match the car and the driver was starting to run away, what would you train, or I guess how do you train GRPD's officers, or what do you train them to think about with regards to the car?
It's unknown. Again, it could be a multitude of factors there. An improper plate or a plate that doesn't match the vehicle isn't in itself that uncommon, but it could be maybe the car's not reported stolen yet, or maybe they just bought it, they didn't register it yet. There's a multitude of factors there, but it's a concern and it's a valid reason for a stop.
And what do you train officers to think about the person who's running at this point?
Well, just this has continued, this path of noncompliance, and it's escalated from verbal noncompliance to failure to produce an ID, failure to produce a license. Now there's been assaultive behavior. Now they're fleeing on foot. It just continues down a path of lack of cooperation.
And Bob, can you please play the video to RFN 3373? Oh, no, sorry. 4479.
Okay. Stop! Stop! Keep your hands behind your back, okay? Hands behind your back, okay? Put your hands behind your back.
Okay, and for the record, this is RFN 4479. Could you zoom in a little on the upper left, which is the dash camera, please? Okay. And could you play this to RFN 4823? Okay, so I guess, sorry, I should have asked you these before this part, but leading up to this point, what did you observe Mr. Lyoya do?
So Officer Schurr tackles him to the ground and has to get his radio secured, and is struggling to try to keep him on the ground. And in these clips that we just saw, the driver is able to get back to a tabletop position, if you will, where his hands and knees are on the ground. He's in a good base, meaning it's very challenging to break that back down. And then he's able to even get back up. They go back down, he gets back up. What is striking is the continued that Officer Schurr is unable to physically control him, and he puts out radio traffic of "send me more cars," which now means everybody that's available should be coming emergency mode. So that's the whole city is coming to him because it's an emergency. He's asking for an emergency response. So he's clearly unable to control the driver. He's tried lower levels of force with the tackle, some knee strikes. He's trying to physically push him back down, and he's unable to.
And you mentioned a tabletop position. Can you explain what that is and what that means for the officer?
Yes. So the subject on their hands and knees. Think of a toddler crawling. Right. That position is what we'd refer to as a tabletop position. It's a very strong position if you don't want to be moved. You have your limbs are kind of shortened. You have all your power. In an inside position, I call it, you're tight. And it's challenging to defeat that. And being like riding on somebody's back right there, if I'm trying to put all my weight on them, it's easy to roll that, reverse the situation where the top position now becomes the bottom position. And it's a dangerous situation.
And from the last segment of the video that we just saw zoomed in, what did you observe about Mr. when he was on the ground in the prone position?
Just that he was able to get back to a standing position with relative ease, regardless of what the officer was attempting to do.
And at that point, what was Mr. Lyoya's, I'm sorry, this might not be clear. Bob, could you just back up a few frames to RFN 4579? And then frame forward to 4672. If you zoom in on the dash cam. 4579 to 4672. And from this position, what did you observe?
Yeah, so that's what I'm referring to is that tabletop position. You see the driver's on his hands and knees, and Officer Schurr is, for a lack of a better term, almost like piggybacked, right? He's just riding them. And both feet are off the ground, his hands are off the ground. He's trying to call out on his radio, so he's distracted with his one arm. He doesn't have full control. So he's calling out with his radio, and he's in a bad position because, for example, all the driver would have to do is duck his head forward and lift a little bit, and that officer's going over top of him. So then he's on his back or face down, and then the driver could easily be on top of him.
And a few frames forward, did you see Mr. Lyoya at all? When you say, we talked about prone position, can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so prone, just belly down, your face down on the ground, belly down. And that's an ideal handcuffing position for us. We want to be on top while they're prone or face down. As you can see, the officer attempts that multiple times here, and the driver is successful in just standing up on his own power regardless of the force being put on him.
Okay. And were you, did you observe Mr. Lyoya go from the ground, stomach down, and push himself all the way up? With
Yes, he did that various stages through here, but yes, he does that. And that in itself is going back to the totality of the circumstances, the factors in use of force decision-making or objective reasonableness, size, strength, ability. Those are the factors. And as this progresses, exhaustion. So it's physically, it's extremely difficult to control another human being that doesn't want to be controlled. It's exhausting. So you can see that this has been going on for several seconds now, this struggle, and the officer is unsuccessful in his application of force at this point.
And at this point, what would you train an officer to look for as far as his surroundings? What would be other indicators you would train an officer?
The gentleman in the white, I forget the witness's name, sorry. Is that Mr. Butler?
Mr. Butler.
He's saying something to the driver or the passenger, I forget, but he's there, so that's a concern. He's an unknown subject, and whether he's going to help you or help the driver or what that situation is. And then obviously the passenger in the vehicle now is out of the car, and they're both kind of in the peripheral view of Officer Schurr. So now he's got multiple subjects. He's not able to physically control the driver that he's dealing with. So yeah, he's got to be aware and be concerned with it.
And at this point, have you are Officer Schurr's actions consistent with GRPD policy and training?
Yes.
Okay. Bob, if you could please play through 5408.
Stop! Stop resisting! Make good enough decision, nothing.
And based on this, did you, at this point in time, have you heard Officer Schurr call for backup again?
Send me more cars, yes.
And at that point, what would you expect the responding officers in the area to do?
Respond emergency mode, so lights and siren, and get there as soon as possible, as safely as possible.
And what have you observed about Mr. Lyoya's behavior during this part of the video?
The verbal okay is not matching his physical actions. Right? He's verbally saying okay, but there's no compliance there. It's the polar opposite. So the officer, they get to their feet, and Officer Schurr tries almost like for lack of a better term, chicken wing his arms behind him, maybe an attempt to handcuff him, secure him, but they progress across the lawn in a kind of a southerly direction there, and then another knee strike is applied, and then it appears he tries to do some type of a takedown from where he's got him wrapped up in his upper half, and that's unsuccessful as well.
And is there anything that you observe about Officer Schurr throughout this?
Yeah, if you back up a couple frames and play it again, you can hear his heavy breathing. So it appears he's already hitting levels of exhaustion.
And what do you train officers to do once they start feeling exhausted?
Well, and we talk about this a lot, and as they first come aboard, it's kind of accepted that, hey, in 30 seconds of strenuous output, you're roughly going to have about 50% of the energy levels you started that encounter with. So if you're struggling with somebody or fighting with somebody and you start out at 100%, you're going to be greatly reduced here within 30 to 45 seconds. So we teach them to use force reasonably, but with full force initially, because we don't want these to draw out for a longer than they have to.
Why not?
Because the exhaustion level has a bunch of effects to it. It can impair your decision making. Clearly, you potentially can't defend yourself. your tools on your belt. There's a list of factors, but yeah, exhaustion is a problem.
Okay. Bob, could you please play the video through 5548? And leading up to this point, what did you observe Mr. Lyoya doing?
Still actively resisting the officer, zero compliance. And again, like I said, he's giving verbal, okay, like he's going to comply, but he's not showing any compliance at this point. The officer's been unsuccessful in all of his attempts at use of force up to this point. In that bottom left screen, it appears that the officer's got a hold of his sweater, like in the upper shoulder area, and his right arm is going across his body. And as we know now from watching the video multiple times, he's accessing his taser, which is we teach our officers to carry it on their non-dominant side, in a cross-draw style application, like I have mine on my left side, to avoid any type of confusion during a deadly force incident or create that where they pull their taser on accident or vice versa. So we've always dictated they carry it in a cross-draw style. So as you can see, Officer Schurr's arm is coming across his body to retrieve that. And it's of note, it takes him a few seconds to get it out. From the graduation video where he's on the dummy, he struggled and he had two hands to access that. Our old holsters at this time had a snap brake, and the snap went towards your body. So if I was leaning that way, I'm fighting against myself, if that makes sense. So it takes him a little bit of time. He's one-handed, and he's trying to hold the driver with his back, upper shoulder arm area there, his sweater, and access his taser with his right hand.
And Bob, and is there anything that you observed Mr. Lyoya saying at this point?
I didn't catch that in any of my reviews because I didn't have the dictation until recently, but the get the keys part, so that is concerning because what's the plan there? Is there a weapon in the car? Was there something? So.
And Bob, could you please play the video through RFN 5649? Okay, if you could back it up just to frame in 5648. Okay. For the record, this is RFN 5648. At this point, what have you observed?
Excuse me. As Officer Schurr has a hold of him and he's trying to access his taser, again, going back to that reaction time, he formulates a plan in his head to grab the taser, but it takes him some time to actually accomplish that. So in that meantime, the driver spins, so now they're face to face. So you can see in the bottom left frame, Officer Schurr's got a grip of his upper sweater still because that sweater's loose fitting and he's able to spin on him. So now he's on an inside position, and it's hard to see over your Honor's computer screen there, but he's reaching for Officer Schurr's taser. I can't tell if he does have a hold of it.
And what does the training teach about the dangers of Mr. Lyoya having a grab on the taser?
It's quite uncommon, frankly. We have a few a year maybe where there's an attempt to disarm, but they're usually holstered. We've had a few incidents over the years where they swat at it to try to deflect it, but we've never had where somebody grabs onto it while it's out of the holster like that and is driving it away from themselves. So that immediately raises huge concern of that's not an attempt to swat it away. They're grabbing hold of it and potentially going to disarm you.
And what does the training teach about the dangers of having a weapon taken away?
Just that the chances are it's going to be used against you. You get disarmed of your firearm. It's the statistics are out there that it's not doesn't end well for officers. So that's the presumption. Yeah.
And how do you train officers to perceive someone who has taken their weapon?
how do you perceive them? Sorry?
Yeah. How do you train officers to, or what do you train officers to think about someone who's reached for and grabbed their weapon?
That it's potentially going to be a deadly force assault. Again, trying to attack an officer and disarm them has escalated into the highest levels of resistance.
And what do what does GRPD train officers to? How are officers trained to assess threats when they're disarmed?
To fight, to retain that weapon, obviously, at all costs, and then fight to get that weapon back.
And what do you train officers to think once they're fully disarmed?
Again, that it's a deadly force encounter. That's not a, again, like I said, we haven't had a successful weapon disarming in long time, decades. So it happens around the country, and officers are killed yearly because of it. So it's of the greatest threat.
And what does the training teach about the intent of someone who is disarmed as a police officer?
That you have to presume it's for the worst reasons, right? I don't have to, if I get disarmed by firearm, I don't have to wait to have it used against me. That intention alone to grab an officer's weapon is the gravest threat.
Okay. Bob, could you play the video through RFN 5770, please? Okay, and at this point, what do you observe Officer Schurr doing?
So just as the frame starts and the driver grabs hold of the taser, Officer appears to do, I refer to it as like a wheel weapon retention, where he wheels it to the ground in kind of a circular motion to try to break that grip. And if you look at the bottom left screen, the grips of the officer and the driver there, the driver's got a dominant grip. He's got an overhand grip and his arm's locked out, and the officer's got just the handle of that, where the purchase of that taser, the majority of it is on the front of it, not the handle. So he's got a dominant grip over the officer's grip, and the officer's tried a couple weapon retention techniques and has been unsuccessful. And one set of probes is already deployed, where the officer tries to, like I explained earlier, not an ideal distance management, but he could have easily fired one set of probes, fired another set of probes, and gotten the spread that would have accomplished the neuromuscular incapacitation or lockup if he hadn't grabbed on, the driver hadn't grabbed onto the taser.
Okay, and at this point, what is Mr. Lyoya doing?
He's driving that taser away from himself, and it appears towards, and the cell phone video shows they're both traveling towards the ground.
Bob, could you play the video, please, through, I don't know yet, but I'll tell you when to stop.
Let go of the taser!
Oh, Bob, sorry, can you stop there and back up a little bit? And zoom in on the cell phone video?
6256.
Yeah, sorry, can you back up? I missed mine. Yeah, if you can go to 5825, or if you can just zoom in and I'll tell you when to stop. If you can go a few frames back.
I can't see the RFN.
Okay, if you can just back up and I'll tell you when to stop. Okay, stop. This is RFN 5882. And at this point, what do you observe Mr. Lyoya doing with the taser?
He's still got control or attempting to take control of it. You can see Officer Schurr has still got it in that grip that he had before. And it's pointed at the ground. You can see the LED flashlight pointing towards the ground. So now, in that position that Officer Schurr's arm in, it's an odd position, right? He's got that elbow bend going, so the driver's on his back and has, again, locked out arm, a dominant grip.
Okay, and what hand do you observe it in at Mr. Lyoya's?
It appears it's his left hand.
Okay. Bob, can you play it moving forward, please? And yes, if you could stop at RFN 6220. Okay, at this point, what do you observe? Where is the taser located at this point?
It's directly into the ground. And again, similar positions. The Officer Schurr's got an odd angle arm, kind of a bent 90-degree arm angle, and the driver's got, again, still a locked out position with what appears to be a dominant grip.
And what hand do you observe the taser in Mr. Lyoya's?
It appears it's his right hand now.
Okay. Okay, Bob, can you play the video, please?
No, like he good, like you can talk to him, bro.
1315.
Yeah. Like he good, bro. Like can you talk to him like good, like can you, yeah. Stop grabbing him like that. Nah, he good at first. Yo, you hear him too. Now he ain't probably gonna say it. I see. Let's go,
Bob, can you stop it here? And zoom out. This is RFN 7489. And at this point, what do you observe? I know the camera went out a little bit, but what do you observe?
The biggest thing that struck me was the, it sounds, you can hear the stress in Officer Schurr's voice, the exhaustion. He's barely getting out commands. They're lagging, if you will, or they're drawn out because of lack of oxygen. He's breathing so heavy. The positions have switched again to be, again, the driver's in that tabletop type position. And you can see as it backs up, he rolls to that position and the officer kind of rotates to the top position again. For a brief second there, he's rocking on his back. His feet are off the ground. He's in a very unstable position, and he moves to access his firearm after a command to let go of the taser.
And Bob, if you could zoom in on the cell phone video, please. Where do you observe the taser at this point?
It appears it's in the driver's right hand.
Okay. And Bob, could you just do a frame forward from here? And I'll tell you when to stop. Sorry, you can play it, I guess. Okay. Frame forward from here. Okay. Stop right here. And if you could back up for the RFN. Okay, and what did you observe here?
The struggle, the position is fluid, right? The officer's accessed his firearm, it's out of the holster. He's trying to maintain some type of a position on top. The driver is now turning back to the inside position, appears where his right hip is towards the ground, and he appears to be spinning into the officer. He's got control of the taser, it's in his right hand, it appears. And the officer's got his left arm kind of draped over the driver's left shoulder to try to maintain some balance.
And at this,
And another command to let go of the taser was in that clip there too.
I think it was drop the taser on that one.
Was it?
Yeah, this is, we're at the, like, right, the last drop the taser. So this is after he had given
it's
the
dropped, sorry.
final command of drop the taser. And at this point, I guess we can just play it forward from here.
Everyone. Safety tunnel.
You just packed up, those are great.
It is.
Get back!
Safety 15. For the shooting. Penalty grade.
1915 10-4 Nelson Griggs. Starting medical.
Safety 15. Somebody else hit. Go to grade, that's the door. Subject down.
Nelson, Nelson North Griggs, suspect down.
1920 on scene. 1610, what's your subject? The access to any weapons and what you think? 1950, that's my taser.
Okay, stop. Okay, and for the record, this is RFN 10,181. So leading up to this point, and I know we kind of talked about this a little bit before, but in your experience, how fast can someone on the bottom reposition themselves so they are facing you or gain some sort of advantage?
How fast can they reverse that position? Is it in a blink of an eye? That can be in a second or two.
And in high-stress, close quarter situations like this, is it realistic to expect that an officer could stop someone from initiating or completing a full spin if that happens quickly?
I'm sorry, could you ask that one time?
In this type of situation where it's dynamic, it's moving very quickly, is there a situation, is it realistic to expect that an officer could stop someone from initiating or completing the spin, rolling towards them?
No, in the sense too of the video, if you saw the steamy breath out of Officer Schurr, that would indicate how deep of a guttural breathing he's trying to accomplish there. So at that level of exhaustion, no, I don't believe he could have prevented that situation from spinning in a second or two.
In your opinion, based on your training and experience, does the threat from the bottom position ever end until they're fully controlled?
No.
And based on everything we've reviewed, do you have an opinion on whether an objectively reasonable GRPD officer in Officer Schurr's situation would have been in fear of a serious bodily injury or death when Mr. Lyoya started getting up off the ground with his taser in his hand?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
That it was reasonable, that a reasonable officer could perform the same way in that situation.
Thank you. No further questions this time.
I just want to start out with one of your statements. Your statement was the GRPD is trained to chase and effect an arrest. That was what you just told the jury, correct?
That's a common practice, yes.
Those were your words. Those are your exact words. I wrote it down. Train to chase and effect an arrest.
Do we train? Yeah, we train our officers to do that, yes. That's an expectation, yes.
But when we were notified you're a witness, you talked to Detective Tubergen, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
You said there's no foot pursuit policy.
There's not a foot pursuit policy, correct?
But you trained them to effect an arrest.
Yes.
Now, this has been pending for like 3 years. Did you prepare this?
I did.
You typed it?
The affidavit?
Yes.
No.
Who typed it?
The defense.
So the defense. So the defense typed it. So
Yes.
you've been meeting, how many times have you met with the defense over the course of the last 3 years?
Probably 5, 6 times.
And you've had access to some of their videos as well. So you've gone over this case with them 5 or 6 times?
I did not have access to the video until now. I haven't seen it till this week.
The
video I had access to was Axon, the body camera, cell phone camera, not the forensic video.
But this week you said the one with the writing on it, you said you had access to it, you watched it earlier this week.
I saw it, yeah, this week. Yes, not before this week.
So this is one of the biggest events in Grand Rapids in probably your career, isn't it?
It is.
And you don't bother to do a report?
I did an incident report.
An expert report. You have access to our expert reports, haven't you?
Your expert reports?
Correct.
Yes.
So you read our expert reports. It's like a 56-page report.
It is.
You're brought up as an expert for the defense. You're their expert, you have at least their degree, GRPD policy, and you produce a 2-page affidavit.
Yes.
Even in that affidavit, you don't say anything about training to chase officers or to effect an arrest. You don't say that in this affidavit, do you?
No.
You say, includes training on solo foot pursuits, such as drills and scenario-based training. GRPD does not prohibit officers from chasing a fleeing suspect.
Correct.
That's different than you train them to apprehend a fleeing suspect, isn't it?
The solo foot pursuit drills will end in an arrest.
Prohibiting and training positively are 2 different things, aren't they?
Yes.
Where is that policy? Where's the written policy where you train to effectuate an arrest? We spent an hour and a half here looking at all the policies. Where's the written policy where you effect an arrest? You train your officer to effectuate an arrest?
Off a foot pursuit?
Yes.
We don't have one.
You don't have one. But that's your testimony now, suddenly in front of this jury that, yep, we trained that.
Objection, Your Honor. This is argumentative, and if he wants me to go through the mandatory training, I will gladly do that, but.
Well, I think he's not cross-examining him. So which part? I mean,
The fact that he's trying to portray that there's no training or policies. I did not walk him through, and if he would like me to walk through this, I will gladly go through all of this, but I'm trying to speed it up.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and you obviously will be able to redirect, and you can certainly point out what you'd like, but I don't believe that last question was argumentative. So,
I mean, you had an hour and a half to present the policy, and we didn't see any policy. These are the policies that were provided. These are the training policies for Officer Schurr.
These are training outlines. These are policies, yes.
Okay. Point it out. Where is it?
His recruit class one is in here? Is that in here?
There's recruit class. We've got everything.
Okay. His recruit class is 15-3. These are, this is 21,
These are the training documents we have.
He has a recruit class book of 15-3. We, not being argumentative, we train in foot pursuits. We do solo foot pursuit drills. We don't have a policy that mandates, but we don't have a policy that prohibits it.
So it doesn't mandate. You said you train to chase and effect an arrest. It doesn't mandate. It means that basically they can chase based on the circumstances, right?
Yes.
All right, that's a bit different than they just run. You don't train them to be greyhounds chasing after rabbits, then, right?
Correct.
It's based on the total facts and circumstances.
Yes.
So if somebody's driving down the road and guy's got a gun in the car, passenger's got a gun in the car, driver flees, you're not going to chase the driver. You're going to stay with the passenger, right?
Potentially.
Potentially?
Do we know if he's got a gun? Do you see the gun?
I just said the passenger's got a gun. Passenger's got a gun, driver flees. you're gonna have your officer stay with the guy with the gun, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's based on the totality of the circumstances, then. That's a little bit different than what you testified to, right?
That situation's completely different.
Sure. So it's based on the totality of the circumstances, just like we've been talking about, all those policies up there, the totality of the circumstances controls, not just you're trying to have an officer just chase anybody that runs down the road.
Yes.
So one of the things we do talk about, and were you in here for former Sergeant Johnston's testimony?
I was not.
You weren't. Well, one of the things he testified to, and he said one of the things that Grand Rapids is very specific on, is every traffic stop is an unknown risk.
That's correct.
Okay? You don't know what you're going into when you get into a traffic stop. Anything can happen, right?
Yes.
And one of the concerns Grand Rapids Police has is guns in the car.
Correct.
Guns are, guns on people in the car?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes.
Yes, sorry.
Guns under the seat?
Yes.
Guns anywhere in the car?
Correct.
So when you pull somebody over, you got to be worried about a gun if you don't know about it.
Potentially, yes.
So every person in the car potentially has a gun.
Correct.
Let the record reflect on showing opposing counsel with Marcus Peoples Exhibit 36 for identification purposes. Captain, I'm going to show you what we have marked as Exhibit 36 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Could you tell the jury what that is?
This is a mandatory training, 19-2. 19 means 2019 was the year we performed this, and 02 would mean it's earlier in the year, the second training of the year. So it's a firearms training outline.
Okay. And so this is, we have a number of training documents where you go through mandatory training for your officers, correct?
Yes.
And this would be training that we've received for the defendant that he took in 2019.
Correct.
And his signature's on that.
Yeah, sign in, yep, sign in there.
I would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 36, Your Honor. Looking, I believe it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5. The one thing I did find regarding foot pursuits is there a Seattle officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
There's a Seattle officer-involved shooting, and in your foot pursuit, what it talks about there is allow for a safe distance and have a plan while chasing an armed or potentially armed subject. Treat someone you pull over as potentially armed. Isn't that what it says?
It does, yes.
So that's the one thing we could find on foot pursuits is that somebody could be potentially armed. You don't go chasing after them because they could be armed. It's for officer safety, right?
It says allow a safe distance.
Okay.
Have a plan while chasing armed or potentially armed.
Going
So we're still
hands-on or tackling someone who is known to be armed is bad tactics.
I would agree.
That's what's in the training policy.
That's in the training outline, yes.
Training outline. But that's the outline. That's what you're telling your officers. That's what the defendant would have learned back in 2019.
Yeah, this specific training, correct.
One of the things he also talks about is maybe discontinue the foot chase and set a perimeter.
Potentially, yes.
So officers are perfectly fine in discontinuing, not chasing after, not mandatorily running after them, correct?
Correct.
In terms, staying with this foot pursuit policy, you are familiar with the International Chiefs of Police, correct?
I am, yes.
The International Chiefs of Police, you're a member of it.
I am.
Your chief's a member of it.
He is.
Both deputy chiefs are a member of it.
They are.
And so they have a foot pursuit policy that they've come up with, correct?
They do, yes.
2019, July of 2019, they came up with a foot pursuit policy, a model, if you will.
Yes.
In that model, don't they say that chasing officer individually chasing a suspect is inherently dangerous?
That's what it says. It does.
You haven't read it?
I'm not exactly familiar with the verbiage of it, but I'll take your word for it, sir.
You know, I looked through it. Well, not an exhibit at this point in time. If he's not familiar with it, let him read it.
Your Honor, I would object to that, that's hearsay.
What?
That
I don't even know,
document is-
wait, so it's not, he's not moving for its admission, he's showing a document to the witness. So, I'm not sure, what is that document?
This is a model foot pursuit policy from the International Chiefs of Police. So you're familiar with it, but you've never read it?
We don't have one, so no, I don't, I didn't, I've read it before, but it's been years, it's been out for 5 years, 6 years, so.
Well, I guess you've read it. Why haven't you done anything with it? You're the trained. Why hasn't Grand Rapids adopted it?
The direction of the agency, we don't want a foot pursuit policy.
You don't want a foot pursuit policy.
Correct.
But you would agree that the International Chiefs of Police say they're inherently dangerous, correct?
Yes, they do.
Would you disagree that they're inherently dangerous?
No.
Would you disagree with their recommendation that at least 2 officers be involved in a foot pursuit?
Ideally.
Ideally, but they say that's what you should do. Don't you? Of course, you don't know because you haven't fully read it. Are you familiar with Police Magazine?
I am.
Okay, Police Magazine.
Your Honor, I would just object to buildings.
Learn treaties, Your Honor. We can impeach with learn treaties under the Michigan Rules of Evidence
The Police
707.
magazine is not a learned treatise.
He can, if he understands it, what it is, he says he uses it. It doesn't have to be
I didn't say I use it, I said I'm familiar with it.
You don't read it?
I don't read the magazine regularly, I'm familiar with it.
Your Honor, how is this relevant? We're here to talk about
Well,
mission.
if it's impeachment, is that a learned treatise? I don't know that it is.
Police magazine?
It's something that the police, we heard yesterday, police, you were here for the testimony of our experts. They rely on it, correct?
They said they did, yes.
You don't ever read Police Magazine?
I didn't say I don't read it, I said we don't rely on it for policy advisement or direction.
Don't rely on it for direction. So you just do your own thing then. You don't rely on the International Chiefs of Police.
I'm sorry, I need a rule of the objection, or I did want to check MRE 707, which does allow for the use of learned treatises for impeachment, which includes statements contained in published periodicals or pamphlets. It doesn't have to be in the textbook, so I will overrule the objection under that rule for impeachment purposes only.
Police Magazine. Foot pursuits by their very nature are emotionally charged and dangerous events that occur frequently in police work. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
I would.
Law enforcement officers must balance their obligation to enforce the law and arrest perpetrators with their personal safety. You'd agree with that.
It's fair.
Unfortunately, that rarely happens. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
More often than not, officers become emotionally captivated by the event and have an instinctive reaction rather than a studied and planned response to resistance and chase without considering the inevitability of suspect capture. Would you agree with that?
It's possible, yes.
Possible. But that's one of the dangers of somebody's running away, they want to get away, and you rush off and tackle them by yourself. All of a sudden you got your hands full and you're not aware of it. You're not aware of what could happen next.
Potentially.
And that's one of the things that you teach in Grand Rapids Police in terms of the reactionary gap.
Yes.
Right? So a reactionary gap is the further away somebody is, the better off you are in essence, because you have an opportunity to respond. Is that a fair? I'm not.
Sure. At times in a situation, yes.
Situation. But as soon as you chase somebody and tackle them, you close that reactionary gap.
Yes.
And that kind of goes back to the 2019 outline of the foot pursuit thing, that if somebody's potentially armed, all of a sudden you tackle somebody that's potentially armed, you could be in a world of hurt, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because of the time, I'm not sure how much further you have. We do have redirect as well. So what we'll do is we'll break for the day, because it's 4:45. And so again, please leave your notes upside down in your chairs. And remember that you're not to discuss the case at all with each other or with anyone else. Also, continue to avoid any news reports in the media and in social media. And what we'll do is return and resume testimony tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Not this time, right? Oh, sorry, I thought you said anything further, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is recess for the evening. Is there anything we need to address before we recess?
Nothing for me.
Okay.
That's another question.
I do want to state for the record that there was a question that a juror asked that was not asked. And it really wasn't a question, I did say on the record that it wasn't a question. The juror was simply pointing out that there was an exhibit still on the witness stand. Didn't know if it mattered, so it wasn't really a question, but I did want to place on the record because it was clear on the record that the juror did have a question and it was never addressed on the record. So there's that. And if there's nothing else, thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Ron.
And the court will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right, please. Thank you, you may be seated.
We're on the same page. We want to get a little matter.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that